3, 2, 1.
Welcome everybody, it is day 2 of the 2023 KARDS World Championship. We are live here from Reykjavik, Iceland. 4 players entered the bunker yesterday, we are down to 3, and before the end of the day today, we are going to have your world champion crowned. I am your host Christo. I'll be taking you through all the action with the expert panelists that I have here with me, Starry and Berto. Welcome to day 2. Before we dive in too deeply to the games that we're going to see today, Starry, I wanted to start with you. We haven't really had a chance to kind of wrap things up. We didn't get to catch up yesterday. I'm curious as to your thoughts of day 1 and how you expect day 2 to play out in consequence.
Well, day 1 was a lot of interesting action, and I think that day 2 is going to be having a lot more tension, a lot more excitement. I am definitely very eager to see how everything turns out today, but we already have one player, Thanatron, who is at risk of being eliminated, and then we have Socialist and J King in the winner's bracket, so definitely excited to see how that turns out.
And Berto, you're, no secret, you're J King's practice partner here. We had day 1, it was a little bit of an unknown with Winter War coming out recently. How did J King react at the end of day 1? Was he like, oh yeah, I feel good, this went as expected? Or hey Berto, we need to hunker down, I need to practice some more, I need to get ready for day 2?
So I think a little bit of both. In terms of his bans for today, I think I saw him quite stressed and freaking out a little bit about that, whether he's going to ban these decks or this one, or oh, maybe even this one, and having trouble deciding that way. But I think in terms of his worry about playing the matches, his ability to stay calm during the game itself and to make the right plays, I think in that regard, he is completely confident.
And that's it. There's such a small sample size that we've seen these decks competed in really just 3 series yesterday. We're going to have 3 more for you today. So let's go ahead and bring up the bracket and we can walk you through exactly what we're going to see on the way to crowning our 2023 World Champion. So there you see our 3 series from yesterday. We did have J King defeat Leo 3-1, moving on to the second match here in the top bracket. We had Socialist defeat Thanatron 3-2. So J King versus Socialist will be our first matchup today. We do have the bottom bracket here. This is the double elimination tournament. So Thanatron defeating Leo. Unfortunately, Leo going home, taking home a $1,200 prize pool, however. So not a bad look there, but Thanatron, as Starry mentioned, is going to be on his last life. The winner of J King Socialist goes to the end. The loser will drop down to the bottom bracket to face Thanatron. Now, these are all best of 5 series. All players have brought 1 deck from each nation. There will be 2 bans up until the finals, where it's going to be winner take all, 1 ban, a best of 7 series. So that is going to be a $6,000 prize for the winner, a $3,000 prize for second place, $1,800 for third, and as we mentioned, Leo did take home $1,200 USD for competing here and finishing 4th. Now, I had caught up with all the players on Friday and we had played some of the interviews yesterday. Unfortunately, we didn't get a chance to see Leo's video, so we figured we would go ahead and start the day today by taking a little bit of a peek into Leo's mind as he was preparing for the World Championships. What was it like preparing for a tournament when the most recent expansion was not released to the general public yet?
首先是在这个测试服里面，我们去测试卡组的话是有一定局限性的，然后因为样本数量太少，所以导致我们测试的卡组的难度会相当大。
What's your favorite card from the Winter War expansion?
原型机器。
But sweet.
And so we're ready to go here. Get into the next matchup. We have got Socialist taking on J King. Berto, let's go ahead and start with you because I'm curious to the deck makeup. Now we have seen, Socialist kind of has brought something a little bit more similar to what we've seen from other players, right? We got tokens in there, we got Jet Prototype in there. J King seems to have gone a little bit of a different route than the other 3 players in preparing for this event. Do you think that, looking at what Socialist has brought versus what J King's prepared with, do you see any things that maybe might not quite line up or one player may have the advantage just based on the deck builds?
Well, J. King and I really highly evaluate the SWG, and we found that out pretty quickly in testing. And especially against tokens, that card can absolutely take over a game really fast. So I would certainly be putting my money on J. King.
And so, Starry, we saw a little bit yesterday, of the bans not taking a traditional route, things like frontline, thinking that, hey, maybe people have played with this a little bit, maybe that'll take the ban. It hasn't, it's kind of gone through. J. King's got SWGs across the board, so if you are bringing tokens, you can't really hide from the swag, right? You sort of have to deal with it. Do you think the bans are going to take a similar route here today? And we're going to see the same type of things, right? Like J. King's OTK got banned, the German high roll deck got banned. Like, do you think that's going to be a similar route here in day 2? Or do you think now, these players had fairly successful first series, they're maybe looking to adjust a little bit going into this matchup?
Well, I think that it's worth noting that in my interview yesterday with Socialist has, I believe, 2 OTK decks. 2 decks that use War Machine and are looking to ramp. And when you are looking to ramp, you definitely don't have the opportunity to be taking out those early game units. So Socialist might take the same route that he did yesterday and ban Frontline and Jagro, or potentially J. King has a very fast German main deck. And so I could see Socialist banning 2 out of any of those 3.
Well, we're going to find out in just a few moments, as we're going to go up to the caster booth and have Spooz and Bubbles break down these deck lists and our first matchup here today.
Hello, thank you, Christo. I'm Bubbles, and I'm joined by the lovely Spooz. We're going to be taking you through the player decks, the player bans, and also the game itself. So yeah, I think we're pretty much ready. We're going to start with Socialist decks, which is going to be Spooz taking us through them and giving us the rundown on what makes them so special.
Absolutely love to. So, Socialist, we already took a look at this yesterday, and today obviously the players are bringing the same lists. We're starting with a Brit US kind of ramp bomber deck that is mostly relying on the Halifax, the new 8 credit bomber that on deployment deals damage for each of your bombers above several. How much cost is it actually? Bubbles, help me out.
The Halifax, it's any bomber you play, it does its damage to a random enemy. This does include the HQ, so if there's no enemy units on board, it can potentially just kill your opponent by deploying bombers.
Exactly, and after bombers you play after this does the same, and so you have a lot of tools to deal random damage to your opponent's units and also HQ. And yeah, it worked okay as we tried it out, but it has definitely its weaknesses, and we're going to see if it can withstand the aggressive lists here from J. King today. Then we have US Germany frontline. Each of the players this weekend bring a variation of this archetype, so we don't need to dive deeper into that one. Then we have a really popular deck, and also a deck that was very successful yesterday. It is German US Jet prototype, a deck that the fighter itself has the text, you on deployment, you just discard 6 cards, and for each even card you discard, this fighter just gains 1 attack. And as you look there at the list, there's only 1 odd card, which is the Nachschub, and the rest is just even cards. So it's very likely you get a 7/4 bomber with Blitz out, not bomber, a fighter. And this is what the deck is mostly relying on, but also stuff like the 64's Panzer Grenadier, the new 2 credit unit with Blitz when this is in the front line. At the start of your turn, it just becomes veteran and gives you +3 credits. So theoretically on turn 4 you can already Blitz out the first Jet prototype, which is obviously really strong. Then we have maybe the weakest deck here of Socialist, and I think he already might regret bringing this. We just chatted a little bit, and yeah, just in hindsight he would just do different deck choices, but as Leo just said in the interview, the players had very limited opportunities to test on the test server. It's not like the real ladder environment, so you only have like you and your training partner to just find good decks. This is what Socialist came up with. It's a Japan-US fighter style deck with kind of OTK. You want to have one of your big fighters like Tony, Kika, Hien. You then want to give them Fury with the burst of fire. You want to play Bolster on them and then burst out. huge amount of damage. Problem is, if your opponent plays a lot of guards, if your opponent heals for a lot, as we just saw against, I think it was Tanatron yesterday, you don't have a chance to push out enough damage. And yeah, as I said, one of the weaker decks here from Socialist. And last deck from him is Soviet US Tokens. We saw it struggle a little bit yesterday. I'm not sure if it was just by the playstyle there, or if it was, yeah, not the correct, like, meta environment for Soviet US Tokens this weekend. It has some potential, but definitely also its weaknesses, and I'm excited to see how it performs today here against J-King.
Awesome. Well, I look forward to seeing it as well. I think J-King's decks are what we're going to look at now, and I believe I'm going to be taking you through those ones. And it's a little bit of a different lineup. We do see this Brit-Soviet push OTK deck. This has Commonwealth as well as push with cards like Red Dawn or Bloody Sickle to damage your own HQ and push out a lot of damage very quickly. One of the big issue with these Commonwealth OTK decks was always your opponent could heal and then you weren't able to bring them down. And also Commonwealth is an elite. It's a one of in your deck. This sort of push Red Dawn combo to do some extra damage and bring down your opponent, it's sort of like having a second build your own Commonwealth. It's like a build your own Commonwealth at home, bit of an IKEA Commonwealth I've been calling it. And then we do also see Arctic Convoy in the deck. This is to help find cards like Crusader, which are just really important to filtering out your deck very, very quickly. This next deck we have here is Jagro. Jagro has been probably the most successful Japan deck we've seen so far. It's been holding up not too badly compared to how we expected it to do based on rotation. We do see J-King bringing this SWG, this artillery with fury, and it can suppress units at attack. It also has 4 health, which makes it actually quite difficult to clear off the board. I think this deck is not, I don't know. Japan's been a weak point, we've been saying in this tournament, but I don't know if this deck is the weak point for J-King. And same for Thanatron, because Thanatron has a very similar deck. Yeah. It seems to be performing far better than we expected, so it's possible we'll see this catching a couple bans today. We also have this USA frontline list. This is very similar to what we've seen in the past. It's just adapted a little bit. You've got this Panzer Grenadier, which acts a little bit like a Sherman in the sense that it gives value, but it also acts a little bit more like a 5th Rangers in the sense that it lets you fight for the board as you play it, especially if you play it on the later turns. And then we do also have this SWG again at J-King, valuing this card very, very highly. This next deck, Germany High Roll. We have War Production. We've got this Panzer Grenadier, like you said about, when it's in the front line. At the start of your turn, it flips into Veteran, becomes a 3-3, and gives you plus 3 credits. J-King, with this deck, you want to get War Production turn 1 into any of your amazing 3 jobs. You can go Panzer Grenadier, you can go Autocannon, you can go SWG, and from there you just snowball and take the game. From what I've been talking to J-King about, this deck is far more consistent than you'd expect, and I really hope we get to see this deck today because I'd like to see how it performs. Yeah. This last deck is possibly, I don't know, it stands out to me to all these other decks. These other decks are all sort of quite aggressive decks or a combo deck. This is just a traditional control deck. This is Soviet Italy control. We saw Thanatron bringing this Brittany control deck, and that felt very old school. This feels pretty similar. This is just a Soviet Italy control deck. Not too much here which has changed in the expansion. We do have cards like Depths of Winter, which is one of the strongest AoE tools in the game, and now has given this Soviet deck basically improved on one of its weak points. Really, your only AoE was going for this Winter Warfare ISU combo or going for this Winter Offensive, and these are both very slow, and you can't always get away with playing them. Sometimes you have not enough health to do this Winter Warfare or this Winter Offensive, and this ISU combo always felt a little bit slow and a little bit clunky and difficult to pull off. But now with Depths of Winter, you just turn your opponent's board into a bunch of tokens, and then they're non-threat. So it's a very powerful card, and to be honest, if I'm Socialist and I'm looking at these decks, I don't know what to ban.
Yeah, and we asked Socialist just before their series starts, right before the broadcast, and it felt like it was really a difficult decision for them. We're going to see what they just do in the end, but what would you ban there if you were a Socialist?
I mean, I'd ban the push deck. This Brit push deck, I think, is scarily consistent. and it's really difficult to play against. You can't really rush the board because Britain is really good at countering board rushes. You've got a lot of healing, you've got a lot of AoE, and you've got a lot of recovery tools. You can't really out-heal this deck because it has so much burn damage, and I don't think you can out-combo this deck because it will find its combo pieces a lot quicker than you will. So I'm not sure how you beat this deck. And it looks like we do have the bans. J King's Germany high roll deck and this Jaguar deck being banned out. Socialist, what are these decks being banned here, Spooz?
Socialist, so both German Japan decks banned. From Socialist, we have the prototype deck banned and the Japan US Fighter OTK actually.
That is surprising because we thought this was Socialist's weak point, but maybe J King just feels differently than we do.
We just
I think it's safe to say we're the smart ones that know what's going on, and J King, you know, the two-time world championship.
This guy has no idea what he's doing.
He doesn't know what he's doing.
So I'm actually kind of surprised that this deck got banned because I found it quite weak. But I'm pretty sure J King. I just saw him put a lot of thought process together with Berto into this, and I'm pretty sure those guys did some testing and just identified this as one of the weaknesses maybe of J King's lineup. And the first match we are watching here is US versus Britain.
Yeah, this is actually J King on the Brit deck and Socialist on the US deck. This is frontline here from Socialist, and J King bringing this push combo deck. This sort of Commonwealth push OTK.
It's interesting that he did not keep the Red Thorns, although it's a good answer to Red Devils and Greyhounds early on.
You want to hold on to them really until you can use them for your combo. And, I mean, Socialist hand looks terrifying. We've got a lot of one-drops. We've got Red Devils, which are one of the strongest one-drops in the game, but we also have Panzer Grenadiers, which is going to allow Socialist to snowball really, really quickly. J King, though, does have some good tools, has a Brinks in hand, and one of these pushes can be quite difficult to find. If J King finds a second push, he only needs 2 Red Dawns, and then he's able to win the game so long as he has 13 or more health.
Yeah, the big advantage here for J King is that frontline is usually not running too much healing. Socialist actually runs, let me check, 0. We can do it.
Well then, yeah, J King just needs to find the correct combo tools, and well, that'll be Socialist done. But I suppose that's how combo always works. You find the correct combo tools and you kill your opponent.
That's a good way to do it, yeah. But without the healing, you still. So usually, when your opponent runs healing, you also have to take care that you keep him at a stable threshold. But this is with this push deck, as you say, you have kind of 2 win conditions. You're not fully relying on the Commonwealth. You can also win with this push, and also just bring your opponent maybe in range of a Commonwealth. So I think J King's main task is here just controlling the board, not taking too much damage, and then just find your combo pieces.
Finds a honey off the timely supplies. It's a little bit of a risky move playing the timely supplies, as there's a lot of cards you can hit which really don't help you in this situation. You end up drawing a push out of that. You just have to pass the turn and not do anything with it. Again, with a Red Dawn, he may have just had to pass back the turn. You could have gone for it for the Red Devils, but slightly risky move, paying off there for J King. Socialist has a lot of strong options. We could see a Panzer Grenadier to the front line, but we could also just see a 99th come out and buff this Red Devils in the front line.
Yeah, and the Brillant's really doing a lot of work here already for J King, delaying Socialist aggression very, very effectively and slowing him down a lot, while this honey can just be used for a lot of healing in the future turns.
J King with a fairly strong hand here, but will need some card draw. Finding something like a Crusader would be game-changing here for J King. Has to decide, do I deal with the Panzer Grenadier now? Goes for it, supply shortage coming out.
Yeah, he has to kill them, right? You don't want to give your opponent like 7 credits this turn, where you can just push out several more units.
For anyone curious at home, this is a consistent mechanic. Debuffs placed by orders always trigger before unit abilities when starting the turn. So J King there, understanding how the mechanics work, going for the supply shortage, knowing that it will kill the Panzer Grenadier before it flips to Veteran and heal itself back up to 3. Socialist now has the option to go for the Sherman, but may want to apply a little bit more pressure. Pathfinders does offer a way of getting rid of the honey, as well as bouncing back this Brilliance every turn. My only problem, if you bounce a Brilliance every turn, is you have to kill it in 1 turn, and then your units are going to be probably multiple of them taking the 3 damage.
Yeah, it's a really tough choice here. Maybe just go for the Sherman, find better options, but what would the better options even be? He's not running M10, the new card that suppresses the unit. It would actually be really great against Bryansk. Attacks into the Bryansk, which is probably going to be bounced anyways. Or is J-King killing the Pathfinders here? Would save himself 2 damage the following turn.
I mean, really, Blitzkrieg is what Socialist wants here. If your Blitzkriegs are quite deep in your deck, you just have to win through pure stats alone, and that could prove to be quite difficult with J-King's list. Finds a Red Dawn. So 2 out of 4 combo pieces need to kill Socialist. But no card draw available in hand right now.
Yeah, like other than in self-damage, in Soviet self-damage, you don't want to utilize these Red Dorns instantly to remove units. Besides you're on high pressure. That's why J-King is not playing the Red Dawn here on the Red Devils. He just wants to utilize it later to just do the OTK.
Now Socialist, once again, at an impasse. The Sherman or the Red Devils. And I feel like possibly going for the Sherman to look for Blitzkrieg might be the move. As if you find this Blitzkrieg, there's a good chance you can kill J-King in just a couple turns.
Yeah, especially with 2 Greyhounds in hand. They can get to the front line really, really cheap. And then if you just have this Blitzkrieg available, can burst out a lot of damage in 1 turn.
Socialist taking his time. No need to rush.
You could also just go 5th Rangers, because it's very likely that one of the 2 units in the front line is going to survive, and you can just play the Sherman next turn. And even if the opponent clears the board, like if J-King clears the board, you still have the opportunity to push a Greyhound to the front line and play the Sherman. So a lot of opportunities. So I like the 5th Rangers here. It's just additional pressure on J-King.
J-King finally finding some card draw, what he's been needing. Goes for the Convoy.
Finds another Sickle.
Finds a Sickle and a Pin. Both these cards allow J-King to cycle again. We may see Sickle come out. Kill these Pathfinders on the back line. Get rid of Winters.
Oh, and the Pioneer Company. That gives him the opportunity to play the potential combo earlier, because push will only cost 2 then. But
yeah,
he's not there yet. He needs a
2.
2nd push and another Red Dawn.
And just puts down the guard, knowing that it's not going anywhere. However, 99th on Red Devils means this guard gets killed in 1 hit. Or not on Red Devils, sorry. On 5th Rangers means 1 attack and this guard is gone. But Socialist does need to start applying pressure to this HQ, because 13 is the amount of hit points J-King needs to combo off. And we're reaching the point in the game where it's not that unrealistic to see the combo. So I really want to see Socialist trying to pressure face damage and get J-King down to 12 health. At which point J-King not only needs to find the combo pieces, but needs to find healing as well as tools to deal with this board state.
I mean, if you do the 99s, you still have a 6-4 on the front line, right?
I mean, this Red Devils is dying anyway next turn. You could just double attack.
Sure, that's a good point, yeah. You can save your...
Save your Red Devils. Your 5th Ranger survives. You've seen multiple Bloody Sickles already.
Sending your timer to the maximum here, taking all the time to think this through. J-King not with a...
Finds a Red Dawn. We just need to see push for this combo to pull off.
Oh, look
Socialist
at this!
on short time. Enemy contact. Pinning a card. Or pinning a unit, drawing a card. J-King, it needs to find more card draw. Socialist needs to close out this game.
Find a supply shortage here to get rid of the 5th Rangers. I mean, it's already pinned, but still a really good card here to start chipping away on the Sherman.
And Socialist is running out of time.
Yeah, kind of. What can you do here if you're Socialist? The Bryansk are really slowing him down a lot. He's not having the correct answers to it. Not really any suppress in the deck. I mean, there's not a single suppress card. other than the swag on the Let's Check King's list. So there's actually no suppress.
I mean, you just have to trade into it with these units. But if you do it with units with enough health, then you don't lose out so big. You know, you can 99th buff this Sherman, go for the trade, and that will keep it alive from this supply shortage for a good few turns. Then from there, you got to try and find Blitzkrieg, get these Greyhounds up in the front line, get this 35T in the front line, and just go for this Blitzkrieg game end.
Yeah, Socialist runs 2 copies of Blitzkrieg, so it's not too unlikely to find it in a future draw rounds here. Not going for the buff yet. Goes for oh my god!
Finds the Jasko.
Is
no, that
what is it doing with the combo? This is saving 2 damage for Socialist, right? When they're
saving 2 damage for Socialist, yes.
Is this having any impact on the combo?
The combo does 21 damage.
21?
21.
So it has an impact?
It does 9 plus 12, so it will save him at the moment. J King needs to get rid of it. However, you have to play 2 Red Dawns as setup. 2 Red Dawns kills a Jasko. So Socialist needs a second Jasko, or the Jasko will die in the combo setup.
That's a good point. You just play double Red Dawn, kill the Jasko, and then do the combo.
Yeah. So a second Jasko is what's needed. A second Jasko would force J King to play supply shortage to lower these to 3 health so that the Red Dawns would kill the Jaskos.
I really want to see the 99s on the 35T. He needs to... What is he keeping them for?
I suppose maybe he's trying to surprise lethal, but you just need the damage, you need the pressure, not finding a Blitzkrieg. Monsoonor available for J King. Supply shortage Monsoonor is looking very, very tempting. However, J King still doesn't have any card draw in hand. And, you know, there's one more push in deck, but there's a lot of cards left for J King in this deck. This push could be on the bottom, and if so, J King is still a long distance from winning the game.
He still needs to find the Crusader to utilize the naval power for draw. Actually, I think it hurts those combo decks a lot that Land-Lease rotated out.
Yeah, it was really, really nice having this late game Land-Lease. You would find your combo pieces and quickly close out the game. Socialist still looking for this Blitzkrieg. Finds the Blitzkrieg, has the Hellcat and the Greyhound available in hand.
This late in the game, this could be already it.
J King finds another naval power. Yet to find this Crusader, and the next couple turns will be the final few.
How much damage is Socialist having here? He can push up the Hellcat, which is 4 credits. Greyhound together in the front line is 6. But you can't push the Sherman up, unfortunately.
Well, if you push the Sherman up, that becomes 9. 35T. Greyhound to the front line, 2 credits. Hellcat to the front line, 4 credits. That's on 6. Move this. No, that's 4. Then Sherman to the front line, 6. Play the Blitzkrieg, 9 credits. You've got 1 credit left to hit with a Sherman. That's lethal. That is lethal. That is 24 damage. Just go Blitzkrieg. There you go. Socialist finally finding it after a long game.
Finding the long-awaited Blitzkrieg there.
Sorry, 35T, not how.
And J King, yeah, not finding the draw necessary to just find the combo. And therefore being behind.
I mean, it was close though. 1 more push, 1 Crusader, 1 Arctic Convoy, and this game could have gone very differently here. Socialist taking a 1-0 lead, getting a win on the US frontline deck, which isn't a surprise. This deck is one of the more reliable decks.
Yeah, I think J King kind of maybe expected to lose this matchup. But on the other hand, he was really, really close. He needed 1 Crusader. He could have started cycle through his deck with the cheap British orders there, like naval power. Unfortunately, not able to find it. And Socialist, pretty good start into the series.
Now we see J King coming back again with this Brit control deck. Socialist on tokens.
Ooh, and J King with the sickle in hand.
I mean, tokens versus combo is once again just a race. Who can kill who first? These supply shortages probably aren't going to do much unless you have the Monsoon Rot to back them up. And just showing you which player is which.
That was
What, why you like my joke?
yeah, I like
Yeah.
your joke. But now,
There we go. Sorry about that, some technical problems. But I mean, these always happen. It's a live event. These things, unfortunately,
we
cannot
have a
be helped.
Bayweather starting yesterday, so we...
Yes, yes, that is true. Now we see quite a few tokens available for Socialist already, and a 503rd to buff them up.
Oh yeah, that's a pretty good hand there for a Socialist already. I'm just wondering, next turn is 3 credits, so I think you don't want to play more tokens on board without buffing them. He could maybe get another line engagement down here.
You could also just go for a War Machine. War Machine allows you to get to the situation, to the point where you can present a situation with both tokens and buffs in the same turn. These line of engagements though have been really powerful. Putting tokens straight into the front line is quite intimidating.
So he's really thinking about it. 503rd could be okay here, but your token in the front line is still dying. And maybe you want to wait till later turn.
I do think you want to be buffing more than 2 tokens with it, as you have a lot of source of tokens in hand and only 1 source of buff at the moment.
Actually, I like the War Machine idea here. I
War
think this is
Machine, yeah.
exactly why this card is in the deck, right?
Yeah, for these
If you not
awkward
play it here, then you should
situations.
not put it in the deck. Next turn you had 5 credits, so whenever you top deck a no surrender or stuff like that, you can just do so much more things with
Going
tokens.
face, putting down all these tokens, playing straight into this potential supply shortage from J King, and it looks like it will most likely come out and just obliterate this first board. However,
Yeah, it's not too bad, man. He has another line of engagement,
yeah, and you've got a lot more light infantry.
and he
You
can still ramp this turn.
keep producing them.
Or you just...
I
go-
would have still liked to see this War Machine pass put down 1 token. With 3 tokens on board, that's enough where J King is going to think about playing supply shortage, and if he doesn't, you can then start to buff them and put them out of range of supply shortage.
Yeah, look how much better a Socialist turn would be this turn, right? He could play the 3 tokens in hand plus the Frontal Assault, which would give him 2 3/2s. Now he's kind of in an awkward position. Still good play here. Goes to 6 for next turn and has a handful of tokens plus the 503rd and Frontal Assault in
I mean,
hand.
with 4 tokens in hand, next turn you can deploy 4 tokens and go for this Frontal Assault. I just fear that this might be a little bit of a slower route because you've played this ramp further into the game. The quicker you play ramp cards, the more it accelerates you.
J King, not with another good AoE board clear card in hand.
However, with Bloody Sickle, you can clear one of these tokens before they grow. And with cards like Naval Power and Crusader, you do have the potential just to pin down these tokens and buy enough time to find your combo pieces.
Absolutely, and another deck that J King is running against you that is not running any healing. I think there is 1 copy, no, there's actually 2 copies of We Can Do It in Socialist tokens still.
Found a sickle from the Timely Supplies, has a second sickle in hand, as that sickle did cost 0 credits, so that was the one found in Timely Supplies.
Pretty good finds here for J King.
I'd like to see the second sickle come out, get rid of these tokens before they grow.
Oh, and the Monsoon Rod.
Monsoon Rot is a very powerful find.
And now J King
Corsun,
in the front line.
Corsun
He could
available
deploy us,
for
right?
Socialist.
Together with 3 tokens.
Yep, put down 3 tokens. Corsun goes to 3
Or do you go for
credits.
the route that you play 4 tokens and play Frontal Assault on them? You can still play the Corsons later.
Maybe, but with these beefy units without blitz or they're not tanks, they take a while to get active. So these big infantry, you want to play it as soon as possible because they're so slow that if you don't play it on this turn, then it's probably never going to reach the HQ.
Yeah, my only problem with playing the triple token and then the Corson is like if you run into another supply shortage, you only have 1 big unit on board. And knowing that your opponent plays a lot of naval power and other pin stuff, this is probably going nowhere.
Going for the triple tokens into the mortars.
Also protecting the HQ to... why would you do it like this and not play the 4 tokens and give them 1 more health with the Frontal Assault? Is it really that he wants to protect his HQ against 2 damage from Honey?
I would assume he wants to buff more tokens with this Frontal Assault and feels that this few isn't enough. I doubt he's too fussed about protecting his HQ from the Honey, because this 20 to 18 threshold, it's irrelevant in this matchup. J-King's damage comes in big chunks. It goes from 9 to 21. So anything between 9 and 21 may as well be the same.
Good point, yeah. J-King with a full hand here.
And to take out one of these tokens, probably feeling quite comfortable on this HP total, not too fussed if this Honey dies.
Probably.
But Socialist starting to run low on resources. Deep Operation, a potentially very, very powerful find here, as we can see Socialist blitz out lots of tokens, buff them, and then play a free Core Sun.
That's what we're very likely going to see.
I mean, you spend 2 credits on Deep Operation, you spend 3 credits deploying all these tokens, and then you spend 2 credits buffing them, and you have enough units on board now to play Core Sun. You do have to play 2 tokens and then go for the trade, otherwise when you lose one of your tokens, you can no longer play the Core Sun. So you need the maximum 6 units on board. So you'd have to play a token, go Frontal Assault, go for the trade, or you just play Core Sun on another turn.
There comes the light infantry.
Looks like Core Sun will be delayed. And instead just going to go... Oh!
Okay, I mean, makes sense. They got to the front line, and it makes no sense to buff them this turn. They're not dying to supply shortage. I think it makes sense to hold it back. And
No, it's a very interesting play, and I certainly like it.
Yep.
Said before about getting these big infantry down as soon as possible, as they do move very slowly, but with J-King's pin, I think they may move even slower than normal. J-King yet to find a single combo piece, but is sitting on a very comfortable HP pool and has a lot of card draw in hand.
Yeah, this time he found a draw. He has a convoy, he has Sincerely Yours, he has a Crusader on board.
I mean, I think this hand from J-King is looking stronger than it did last game, because it's less chance related, you're not relying on luck.
Yeah, usually with the combo decks, right, you want to find your combo pieces later in the game and not at the beginning, because you want to have, answers to your opponent's board, you want to have a little bit of draw to find your combo pieces later, and this is the perfect hand for J-King here.
Now, Crusader can be removed here by going for the Frontal Assault trade. I'd be tempted to leave it on board because of J-King's hand size, but I do think it needs to go, especially with Honey, it's too much healing. And J-King's going to be happy just to cycle cards and can trade this Crusader away whenever he feels like it. It's not like he's forced to keep the Crusader on board, because you know these Brit decks, when they're forced to keep the Crusader on board, it can end up going really badly for them when they get fatigued super early. But with all these units around for J-King to trade into, I doubt that will be a problem, and just getting rid of it as soon as he can.
Socialist getting rid of the Crusader, stopping the draw engine from J-King, but he just top-decked another one. Not even needed at this point, he has a full hand. So we might just see it coming down later.
Monsoon Rot is available for J-King, but you don't want to play this until you have the supply shortages. These tokens will continue to get buffed up once again and get out of this instant kill range. Finding the Pioneers.
And the Brilliant to guard up the HQ, but it's a good amount of units here on the board for Socialists.
It is, but with this...
Oh my god! The perfect top deck. I think there could not have been any better top deck than this Alliance.
J-King is going to have to find a supply shortage next turn.
Absolutely. If he's not finding the supply shortage, he's in big trouble here. Socialist doing the math. If I play the Alliance, I have 4 more credits to spend. You can play all 3 tokens.
You can play your tokens, but do you want to? You have 2 Industrial Mites in the deck. You don't have really... You have enough pressure on board.
Yeah.
You don't apply much more pressure by having 3 tokens, but you do get blown out far, far heavier by this supply shortage Monsoon combo. So I think Holding
Absolutely.
back these tokens, hoping to find the Industrial Might as this will draw 3 extra cards, but also just giving him a little bit of backup for if this board gets cleared. I'd like to see this honey taken out.
Yeah, me as well. Please.
There you go. Asking nicely. That's the trick.
That's the trick.
J King needs to find this supply shortage. However,
How is he going to find it and being able
you got
to
to
play
use
it this
timely
turn?
supplies to find it.
He still has fortification, so he's under pressure, but I think he's not under lethal pressure here, especially with enemy contact.
Finds a
and
Commonwealth.
that not really helps. Shaking still with a...
There's the supply shortage, but doesn't have the credits to do it this turn. Will be able to buy time, and then most likely close out the game with the Commonwealth shortly after. Deep Operation, not going to help Socialist in this situation.
Not really, and Brian's stopping 2 units from attacking the HQ here.
And you can get J King below 30, but he's not that far off just reaching back up to 30 again. We do see one of these pushes available for J King. And J King's deck is starting to look smaller and smaller, so the combo is starting to feel a little bit inevitable here.
Yeah, it's really painful that
I like this.
one 2 credit guard can just double whole army of buffed into light infantry here.
Trading with the smaller attack ones doesn't mind about losing the token, as chances are they're all going to die anyway, and you do get this 4-7 to the front line. Goes for the Deep Operation. Industrial Might is the card to draw here for Socialist. Alliance wouldn't be too bad.
Yeah, I think
We can do it.
Industrial
also
Might
wouldn't
would
be
be...
too bad.
And this is exactly the perfect scenario in Socialist hand where you want to have... What is the 5 credit order that just got changed? Discard all your Workers Unite. The reworked Workers Unite. That's why it's maybe worth to run 1 copy of it.
Mortar's not a bad find,
I mean,
as Socialist can play out all his tokens and buff them this turn, but J King getting closer to this combo now. 2 out of 4 pieces found. Fortification and Commonwealth available as well.
he has Convoy, he has a Crusader, so he can very, very fast these cycles through the deck and find the missing combo pieces. While Socialist, yeah, just has to rebuild his board with 2 light infantries that are still in the support line. Oh, this could be... Wait, they all have Blitz, right?
Yes.
They are all Blitz infantries, at least. So you can push them to the front line and buff them.
We Can Do It would be, I think, the perfect card now. You've played out your army. Industrial Might, no longer going to be what you need. We Can Do It. Puts you out of range of Commonwealth, puts you out of range of push OTK. J King will kill you eventually still, but it just slows J King's combo down by 1 turn. So We Can Do It, possibly the card to find. Finds another Monsoon Rot. Go for the timely supplies.
More heal. 2 fortifications still in hand. More
Finds
pin.
the supply shortage. With supply shortage Monsoon Rot combo available, I think that would be game right there. But instead, going to go for the Crusader. Heal up. And I'm surprised to not see the supply shortage Monsoon combo just coming out and clearing the board here.
I mean,
J King thinking, I'll just go for lethal next turn instead.
yeah, also what is Socialist supposed to top deck here that kills J King in 1 turn? He can still play it next turn.
Yeah, but you know, like a Unity of Strength off the top, or We Can Do It off the top will help Socialist do some damage and get J King below the...
Sure, but...
Oh,
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
that's a lot of damage.
25 damage.
That's
huge.
That's huge. It's not lethal, but it's enough to put J King under the threshold needed to close out this game. J King would be going down to 12 health. 13 health is the amount needed. So naval support gonna have to come out to heal J King up. Goes for the 25 damage.
Do you kill the Crusader here?
I think at this stage in the game, you prioritize the damage to get J King below 13, as 13 is the amount J King needs to kill you. Getting J King down to 12 is really important against push combo.
And Socialist realizing exactly that setting. J King to 12 here.
J-King finds the second push, goes Red Dawn, into Red Dawn, goes for the naval operation, double push, killing Socialist in one turn, coming in for 21 damage.
That naval operation there.
Naval operation saving the day. Socialist almost find that was close.
That was really close.
Socialist almost found his way out of that. And this tokens deck, I think, has won one match and lost quite a few.
Lost quite a few.
I've lost count.
Also problematic that I think only in one of these matches we saw the new Baranovici card that just gives all your tokens Alpine.
I mean, it is only a 2-off being a special, so it can be difficult to find.
Absolutely, but this card is kind of what makes tokens so strong these days. And especially with cards like War Machine that you can just early ramp into, and then you can, on turn 4 or 5, just drop Baranovici plus a few tokens. That's just...
I'd have liked to see this War Machine coming out earlier. I feel like he waited just one turn too many, and may have been able to be a little bit quicker by playing it. And J-King was most likely going to play this supply shortage anyway, or you could buff your board and put it out of range of supply shortage. Socialist now bringing this ramp deck. J-King on Soviet control.
I'm looking forward to see the Spirit ramp deck.
I mean, it should have time and space to do what it wants to do.
Perfect starting hand here from Socialist.
Oh my lord.
This deck from Socialist feels so bad if you don't find your early ramp, and he just found almost every ramp card in the deck.
Ramp and draw card.
Yeah.
I would only be
And another
sad.
draw card.
My, okay. War Machine, the Hour of Need, into War Bonds, and a whole bunch of convoys.
Oh my god.
This could be a quick one.
It could be, yeah. I mean, he's not having too much like AoE board clear. How much? I think he's running 1 copy of Monsoon Rod only, and 3 copies of Supply Shortage. So when J-King goes white here, those Halifax are just spreading their damage right around the board instead of the HQ. But that's absolutely the hand you want to have with this deck with your Socialist here.
J-King picking one of 3.
J-King on the other hand
Finds
with
the
Depths of
Corsair.
Winter in hand.
Depths of Winter,
could
really
be
strong card. Socialist will have to be careful to not overextend. And if you are going to extend, try and do it when J-King has also extended, so this Depths of Winter hits both of you. Goes for the Hour of Need, up to 6 credits, J-King on 3. And you may think, sure, Socialist is on double credits now, but that's going to stop pretty soon. It's not stopping anytime soon. Socialist goes up to 7. I'd like to see a War Bonds, just keep ramping. You're not under any pressure. Socialist would go up to 9 credits, J-King's 3. Triple his credits.
Yeah, you have to play the Warbirds here. It gives you an additional draw. You're up to 10 credits next turn. There's absolutely no reason.
You're not under any pressure. There's nothing you can draw which is better than this War Bonds. He goes for it. Look at this, 9-3. Such a strong opener here for Socialist. However, in these long games, the Soviets can steal some wins out of nowhere. Gets this Corsun down, putting a 5-7 on the board.
Finds the Glamour Boys.
Now you can go for this Churchill to send this Corsun back to hand, but it will still get this cost reduction once again.
Yeah, but might slow down J-King a lot, right? He just has to spend another 4 credits to get this on board.
He certainly could do. Finds the Mosquito. Quite a strong card here.
I would still love to see the bounce first from the Churchill. Because all the other units later in the game, you don't really want to bounce. You don't want to bounce an ISU. You don't want to bounce a Naval Brigade.
Now, there are a lot of targets in J-King's deck that you don't want to bounce, but getting rid of the Fiat for now, this forces this guard to stay back, as well as gets rid of one of these heal engines for J-King.
J-King not really with a great play here. You can play another Bryansk and then maybe push up the Corsons.
I mean, if Socialist finds one of these production orders that lets Socialist suppress the whole board, that could be a very, very big difference in this game.
Not just suppress the board, you also get a 7-5 Blitz bomber on board.
Yeah.
And with this amount of credits, 11 credits next turn.
That card is everything Super Fortress wants to be.
It's like the improved version of Super Fortress, Super Flying Fortress. J-King with the Brillance to guard up the HQ.
Yeah, and J-King is forced to keep this HQ guarded at the moment just because of this Mosquito being on board. You don't really want to be taking 4 damage for nothing.
Sincerely yours found. More draw for Socialist. I think at this point you would be happy to find some units actually.
Yeah,
Or some orders that can give you units.
I think you're happy with units now. Pioneer's not a terrible find.
Those are units, but not the units you're looking for if you're a Socialist.
No, the Pioneer will let him at least play all these orders out of his hand very quickly, get rid of them, and replace them with other cards, actual units.
So he's not just having a huge credit advantage, he's also having a card that makes orders cost less, so he can play even more of them.
And at the moment, he's got card advantage, credit advantage, and is roughly equal on board. Slight board disadvantage, but I don't think that's a concern for Socialist. We've got to see a Churchill.
We gotta see Churchill, especially since J-King is overdrawing when you play.
Exactly. J-King 6 cards in hand, 3 of them would be sent back, overdrawing 1 card, denying 1 draw essentially. You're 7k, get a tank, your opponent doesn't draw next turn. Send everything back.
I mean, you also just sent back 6 credits there,
Yeah,
spent from
it's
J-King,
big.
that he has to respend. So it could be a really huge swing here for Socialist on board presence.
It also protects your Mosquito from getting attacked by this Corsun. Just gonna go for draw. Being very vigilant on when to use this Churchill.
J-King smiling.
I think that's an angry smile. I think that's a come on.
Yeah, I mean, we have to admit that this starting hand from Socialist was just perfect.
Oh, you could not ask for better, especially in this matchup. Against Jaguar or something, you might be like, well, I don't have any answers, but against a value deck, it's pretty much perfect.
The only when I play these matchups usually, and you're in such a big lead, you kind of get in the mood that you just I just do this.
Yeah, careless.
You
with
get
your
too smooth. You get too
resources.
yeah, exactly, and that's what kind of could bite you in the ass in the
Just
end.
throw things out there. So
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
got the credits for it.
But look at
Oh,
this.
monsoon supply shortage available now for Socialist. I mean,
Still holding back to Churchill. Now
I'll
it's
be
too
honest,
late.
Socialist hasn't done much other than develop resources.
Yeah, no pressure at this point. I mean, if you don't play Churchill earlier, you have to go Monsoon Road Supply Shortage.
You
here, I
can't
guess.
Churchill now. There's a Petliakov.
Yeah,
So,
exactly. He missed the opportunity earlier, and now it's too late since the Petliakov is on board.
Also clears some of your hand space by playing 2 cards. I think Socialist needs to play some cards to give hand space, to draw more cards, to find the good cards.
Also, all this tiny stuff, you want to get it removed so your Halifax can hit the big boys, or
Yeah.
the HQ actually, so it's kind of not the worst idea.
But Socialist being really conservative with these resources. Is this an overdraw? Overdraw's a supply shortage.
What are these lines? He's just...
Just playing the Wellington to clear hand space.
Yeah,
It is a little bit odd, I will give you that. But Ingenuity now will give Socialist 1 of 3 British and US bombers to pick from. And there's some spicy ones. We could even see a Super Fortress. I hope we see a Super Fortress.
It would be cool after we just saw a kicker.
We've seen Kika, we've seen Bismarck, now we need the Super Fortress, the big 3.
There's a Lancaster.
And yeah, the issue with these lines, I think, with Socialist, is he's just giving a little bit too many 2 resources to J. King.
Yeah, that's what I mentioned earlier, right? He's just not really, like, he needed to play the Wellington
Yeah.
to not overdraw. Usually you want to utilize your Wellington to actually get value out of it. He got 0 value out of this Wellington, other than taking 1 attack there from
He's taken
from J. King.
Blackburn, but until you kill this Petliakov, this Blackburn isn't doing anything. I'd have rather seen the Kitty Hawk without its deployment effect than this Wellington. This blocks the Petliakov, and sure, you don't get the damage for it, but I think it's better than throwing out this Wellington and not even getting a single attack with it. Especially when a Wellington, you can get it down to 0 credits, you can play this Halifax and play 0 credit Wellington for 4 damage.
Wait, this is not healing you, right?
Not healing you.
Maybe he's just playing it to guard the Quartermasters.
This Petliakov has to die. Yeah, guard the Lancaster. Just going...
No, you don't go face here.
Goes face. I mean, it does massively impact J-King's hand. J-King has a lot of cards in hand. That's 7 credit increase on J-King's hand. Socialist on 16 credits to J-King's 9. So a 7 credit increase on J-King's hand is a big deal. However, this Petliakov is causing problems here for Socialist. You can always take it out with the Monsoon Supply Shortage combo. But what I don't like is that Socialist is trading resources to contest on board, and then that's going to force him to use one of his best AoE tools on a single unit.
Yeah, he missed the opportunity to get the best value out of this combo. When there were 4 units on J-King's side, I think this was the spot. I think J-King is not going to spend any more units into this board, knowing that your opponent has this combo in this deck and had not played it yet.
And the longer time goes on, the more careful J-King is going to be for this Monsoon rock, as the chances of it being drawn go up and up and up.
Absolutely. So at some point, if he wants to utilize stuff like Churchill or any other deployment effect, he has to use the combo, otherwise he can't do anything with deployment effect.
This Petliakov is doing damage. You know, Socialist board is getting screwed over quite royally. I really want to see this P40 come down. The P40 comes down, this forces J-King to do something because the Petliakov will slowly be killed by it. It's a 3k fighter that does 2 damage to something, don't hold on to it. Goes for the supply shortage. I'm glad to see it come out, as you've got 2 of them. I think they've been sitting there a little bit too long. There have been too many supplies, and it was time to shorten them.
And suddenly, J-King in a card in hand advantage here.
I do think Socialist has just been a little bit, like you say, careless with the resources. Ultra, drawing an extra card here for Socialist, filtering through the deck. Not the best hit ever, as Depths of Winter is possibly one of the strongest targets for this.
And Socialist finding another War Machine here, without a Quartermasters on board.
Finds the production order, but does need to get rid of this Petliakov before the Suppress All is useful.
How many Quartermasters are there? There's
just the one.
Just the one. So
Quartermasters is gone.
Makes sense to play the War Machine here, just to get the additional credit in.
Now, we are 3 turns off this Petliakov dying. That's quite a long time. And I'm scared that Socialist isn't going to do much until it's gone. I think
he might even be forced to play the B24D instead of DJ, just to get...
I mean, I think
this is not having Blitz,
it doesn't
right?
have Blitz.
Okay,
he
has to pick
take
the other
J,
one.
yeah.
And just do not use the deployment effect then.
I'd have rather seen the Boy Fighter come out, this 4/4 bomber, and when something attacks it, it takes 3 damage. Because this Blackburn is just sitting in hand not doing anything. Steals the honey and goes for the 5-year plan with the stolen honey, meaning goes neutral on HP, overdraws 1 card, but not a big deal. Will overdraw a second.
Really strong combo there. That
I
was
liked that. I enjoyed
so much
that.
value out of 2 cards.
Halifax, I don't think it's not a deployment ability. I don't think. I don't think it gets cancelled by Petliakov.
It's a constant effect, yeah. It's not affected by deployment. Since you can play bombers after it, and they will also just...
Yeah.
So it can't be a deployment effect. Production order first. Maybe...
B24J. It's 18 credits for Halifax plus B24. I don't want to see this Halifax die. I don't want to see Socialist play this Halifax before he can guarantee its survival. I mean, Halifax plus B24 plus hit face with B24 on an empty board is a ridiculous amount of damage. Overdraws the Partisans.
Ooh, That is painful for J King.
Once this Petlikov is dead, there's real risk of a Crusader causing more overdraw here for J King.
That was the only copy of Partisans in J King's deck.
Now J King forced to try and put on some pressure here. Putting out some units. Saturn also doesn't get its deployment ability. All of Socialist's hand is deployment effects. And this Petlikov is sat on board for about 10 turns.
And this all could have been avoided if
Yeah.
the one combo would have come earlier. Would have had way better place later on. Could have played Crusader and bounced all the infantry units back.
Yeah.
I mean, this is still a great board to do it, right?
It is, but
If he's not doing it now,
I don't think he'd do it
he's
now.
probably doing it never.
I think he's now saving this Monsoon Rot for this IS. I think at this point you're saving it for an absolute endgame situation. And there are only one Monsoon Rots in the deck, so perhaps Socialist is a little bit concerned that he plays this and J King just floods the board, but
It's possible.
J King has been flooding the board.
Not any good answers here against this 7 Alpini other than supply shortage Monsoon Rush combo.
Deployment effects, once again active. B24 would suppress the board. This makes this irregulars just 0-6. No.
Now he's going for it.
So patient, and then yet so careless.
I mean, kind of feels comfortable. Maybe he was just waiting for the 7 Alpini.
I'd like
be
to see a
out.
Kitty Hawk played here, hitting face, trying to pressure this face. This Kitty Hawk's been holding on for too long. I want to see this Kitty Hawk come out. J King stealing another honey. Being a little bit of a grizzly bear, just stealing all the honey.
A good one. Second honey being stolen.
Goes for
Getting-
bloody sickle. This will allow a raiding brigade to come out and, naval to come out and kill this pioneers whenever J King wants. Gonna go for the armor train now. And this feels like an excellent board for a B24.
Second Halifax.
Think you...
Do you go B24 or do you go Churchill here?
That is a good point. You go Churchill. You
This would
Churchill
cost
this
2 of
board.
these units to go into nowhere.
And an overdraw.
And an overdraw.
The only downside is this guy can come down and steal your pioneers, this big brother.
Sure, look at
But
this.
he get... Overdraw's the token of all things.
Yeah, that's a little unfortunate.
Is able to kill this by going for the Blackburn plus the Kitty Hawk. I'm happy to see the Kitty Hawk come out, but I mean, the foolish British have depth into winter by the looks of things, and
Not just that, he's also just having ISU, Winter Warfare. J King still has...
surely we're seeing a Depths of Winter come out, or is he saving it for the Halifax? Turning all these units into tokens?
I mean, you can also just kill them, right?
Yeah, you can Winter Warfare ISU combo, but
So 2 strong lines here. J King just considering, do I want to have a big body on board? Like, if you do Death of Winter, Winter Warfare, what do you do with the remaining 5
you don't
credits?
need to
You
Winter Warfare, you just Depths of Winter, leave the tokens, they're not a threat.
That's what you say.
Yeah, just... There's no buffs. There's no unity. You don't think? Tokens on board for Socialists? Socialists being forced...
Especially when you can put up the armor train
Yeah,
additionally.
Socialist-
So this has heavy armor, so they're just running against the wall and do nothing.
Bringing a Brit ramp deck being forced to play tokens.
Stealing another unit here.
Still the Pioneer. Reduce the credit cost of his orders, but I think this Pioneer is on borrowed time.
It was mostly just to block the front line.
J King being very patient with this AoE. They have 3 ways of clearing the board. They've got this ISU Winter Warfare combo, they've got this Depths of Winter, and they do have this Winter Offensive. But the moment J King passes back the turn without a board of units, we're just going to see a bunch of big bombers come down and Halifax down J King's HP in one turn. We can see double Halifax at 16 credits. And it's not that unlikely that we'll see it be able to be double Halifax plus another bomber.
Yeah, also Halifax B24.
Yeah.
That's like 19 damage.
It's a lot of damage.
That's exactly the HQ health that J-King is currently having. Oh, Hammer is a great find here.
I mean, I feel like this Winter Warfare ISU combo is so weak to these Halifaxes, because either it hits HQ or it hits the ISU. There's nothing else on board.
Hammer on the Crusader.
Beautiful answer, getting rid of it.
J-King has so much board clear, even has Winter Offensive.
But imagine if Socialist had a 0-kill Wellington right now.
Yeah,
It would be so useful.
absolutely. I still can't say whose player's game this is.
I mean,
If
we have an Ingenuity left in the deck for Socialist. We have a Production Order left, which we've just drawn. Other than that, we've used most our big boys. Halifax is in hand, Wellington gone, Churchill gone, Lancaster gone, Mosquito gone.
Oh, 7
Hits
damage
the
to a token.
He's going face. I like this. Putting J-King down to 12, getting a second B24 in hand.
He has
this is
this
another
combo
5
again in hand.
damage.
And
Wait. This armored train can attack. It's been suppressed. Armored train can attack.
just imagine. I mean, it has 5 operation costs, but it,
Don't worry about that. Don't worry. Are we going to see Spooz? Suppress your own armored train, bolster it? That's a strategy.
let's bring this one up in the next OCC.
J-King now forced to do something about this board. I don't hate a Depths of Winter. Your token gets turned into a token. Your armored train gets turned into a token. Your armored train's been suppressed. That's not the end of the world. There you go. He hits with the armored train. That is the first armored train to ever attack something.
What is this World Championship?
We have had first stolen Kika kill. We've had Bismarck in a World Championship. And now we have armored train attacking something.
Oh my god.
What is this?
We've never seen this before.
The guys are driving a train, they see a B-24, they're like, let's go shoot some people. They're ready.
Shooting at people out of a train.
Dude, this is
In
something else. But J-King, down to 11 health. B-24 to blitz out in hand. Ingenuity has a fairly good chance of finding something to blitz out as well. Gonna go for the
Oh my God.
Halifax. Takes out
50% to have lethal.
50-50.
J-King.
Where does it go? It
hit
hits
face!
Socialist taking 2-1 with the Halifax coming
Oh
through, blitzing out the
my
B-24, finding a lethal.
God!
Oh,
What is this? World Championship
what did we say?
here.
When there's not many units on board, these Halifaxes will burn you out.
Halifax B24. What is this combo? With the blitz ability, it's just super strong. J-King can't believe it.
Oh, that 50-50. You need these tokens on board. There's armored train getting suppressed, meaning there's not a bunch of light infantry to soak up the damage from Halifax. And I was worried that maybe, just maybe, Socialist is going to struggle to close out this game, having such a strong start. In the mid-game, a little bit careless with his resources, allowed J-King to re-establish a board presence, and it reached the point where J-King had reached 12 credits as well, so the difference in credits felt less than it used to. But then Socialist kept ramping and had this sort of second wave of pressure. Now we see J-King here bringing a US frontline deck, Socialist bringing out this tokens deck again.
Where's his tokens? And I heard this H39 swag, this new artillery,
Quite good against these
is
little tokens.
really good against Soviet tokens. But Socialist with a really great starting hand. He has the reserves. He found his war machine that you really want to play early on. The question is he bringing the light infantry first just to have body?
Oh, Red Devils to the front line.
And J-King pretty happy about it.
That's very good for J-King.
I think this is already a win for J-King here.
You
He's
think
blocking
Red
the front
Devils-
line. He
Yeah,
has
but we've got War Machine.
Who cares about War Machine? He has the H39 on board next turn. And this thing is just so painful for tokens to deal with. You don't have any.
Yeah,
you don't have hammer in the list.
The only removal card, we've got Stars and Stripes and Depths of Winter. That's it. That's the only way for Socialists to reach this artillery. J King is going to go for a Sherman next turn as well. And I don't see how Socialists can get rid of this Red Devils in the front line.
If he plays the 2 tokens here plus Frontal Assault, they're just getting deleted from this artillery. This has Fury, resets them to 1/1s.
Yeah. I think you need to get as many tokens down as you can so that you can use Close Combat to buff your tokens to contest the front line.
Cannot pass here, otherwise he's overdrawing. The question is, how much do you care about overdrawing here?
You may as well play some tokens. You got plenty of them. There you go. Gets 1 damage in.
And the Greyhound as well. So now the H39 is actually able to kill the buff tokens.
We can see a Sherman come down. We can see a 5th Rangers to the front line. This applies more pressure, stops Socialists being able to take back the front line, and chances are you can Sherman next turn. Line of engagement not going to help here. We can see triple tokens come out, plus a buff. We may also see double tokens buff trade into this Red Devils. But this
he could go
this swag, the swaggy artillery, is just going to...
Close combat, I guess. Yeah. Trade out the front line here.
Just going to delete 2 tokens every turn with House Track available as well to bounce back these cards here.
It's not looking good for Socialist.
J King can re-establish the front line, but I'm curious if you want to save 35T for your 6 credit points. Greyhound for your 6 credit point. So you can Greyhound plus Sherman in a single turn. Just going to put it out this turn. J King's hand not looking that good right now. However, J King's board looking very good.
Yeah.
Socialist needs to take the front line this turn.
And all these 3 health units there. It's just a 1 credit unit from J King, but at this point Socialist needs to put so much effort in just killing this Greyhound that J King is just increasing his lead round after round.
It's a really difficult spot here. Socialist is going to need to blitz out tokens, kill this Greyhound, and try and take the front line with 2 units. If you've got 2 units in the front line, this stops J King getting the Sherman.
He's having a bunch of blitz infantry on the board now, which is pretty good. Utilizing all of them. Just to have a full front line, I guess.
We do have this no surrender combo next turn. You go no surrender, frontal assault, get a huge amount of units, but with this artillery on board, they just get reset.
Yeah, it's really painful to watch.
Industrial Might, not a bad find here for Socialists. I mean, a Depths of Winter changed with this game. 1 Depths of Winter, this game's different.
But as you said, there's only just 1 copy in the deck.
Yeah, and I doubt
really
there's
hard
going
to
to be
find.
4 units in the support line for this Stars and Stripes do what it needs to do.
This 164 hits this swag,
Buffs
and it
the
hits
swag.
it. Can you believe it? That hurt, yeah, that really hurt.
Indeed.
I mean, Socialist was really aware that this...
I mean, it's not like you're in a good
H39.
position anyway. If, you know, this
Yeah.
H39, this swag artillery is so scary here for tokens. You need like a blitz token in the front line, which just isn't possible.
The Fury ability helping a lot here. J King is not in the best spot right now. Socialist can flood the board even more next turn.
I mean, what J King really needs is an infantry for this 35T, and 22nd isn't the ideal one. Gonna go for a trade with the Sherman. H39 removes the +1/+1, allows his 35T to take the front line with the infantry, drawing an extra card for JK. But frontal assault could put J King in a position where there's too many tokens to clear.
Yeah, that could be the situation at some point, but
And this H9, it removes the buff from the tokens, because it's doing the damage first, it's not removing the token itself.
Exactly,
And it can
it's
get
stealing the
buffed up
damage,
next
so it
turn.
will always stay a 1-1,
Yeah.
and you need to spend another attack into it. Getting rid of the front line, we might see line of engagement.
Lion of engagement.
Not lion, line.
This lion is
They
ready
still
to
have
fight.
blitz, so we can blitz
Yeah.
almost everything into the front line.
Do you go for a buff or do you go for a draw? Okay, you're going for the draw. I'd have liked to see the draw first. Just because drawing first is a good practice.
Oh, and he found the unity of strengths.
Unity is strength.
That's good.
Really strong here for Jaking. Does have the 5th Rangers, able to blitz it out and start trading with these units, but... You know, 1 token survives in the front line, and that could be it. This H09, the 1 card keeping you in the game, and it's gone. So, 1 token survives, this whole game changes. And it looks like we're going to have tokens surviving this turn.
Absolutely. Like, even if this artillery attacks both of them, there will still be 2 1-1s. So I think he's just attacking with the 22nd into this 1-1. Oh, you can also kill it with artillery. Never
You
mind.
kill it with the artillery,
Yeah, that makes more sense.
It's just difficult because tokens that are alive in the front line will not stay 1-1s.
Not for long.
And this looks like the end of the artillery. J-King just deciding, do I want to kill the token or do I want to remove the buff from the other one? I think I'd go for killing the 1-1.
Yeah.
I like that. Baroncini,
Oh.
this could be it. This could be Socialist in the finals with this Baroncini. We can see Socialist putting down a whole bunch of units, going for a unity on this token on the front line to take out this artillery. The suppress is only on attack. So it will not suppress the token to reset its stats when it trades.
No, why would you not?
Maybe wanting to get the alliance down, but Baroncini, we're definitely saying this card wrong, by the way. We're saying it like it's an Italian
You're saying
card.
it wrong. Yeah, it's Baranovici.
Well, I'm saying it like it's like, you know, arancini, this rice dish.
Never heard of.
It's very good. Go on?
Baranovici.
Baronovici.
That's what I.
like
That's what it's
Baron-
written at least. I'm not sure.
Baronovici.
Baranovici. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not Baron van Glover. We have Baron Vanici here.
Now, J-King losing the artillery. Socialist in a really, really dominant position. Tokens finally looking like tokens. You know, where you have this constant onslaught of light infantry, and your opponent is answering them. But at some point, your opponent looks at the board and goes, I've used too many resources answering these tokens, and I can't deal with them anymore. And this is what tokens should look like. Tokens should be faced against something which is unbeatable, and it's just not happening. You know, you're against this thing which is unbeatable, and it's not enough to stop you. You have this artillery which is meant to be the card to beat tokens, and tokens can just keep sending units into it until they get one surviving in the front line. And this is what we saw. So many light infantry fell short, but 1 light infantry survived 1 turn in the front line, and that was enough to change the whole game.
Socialist even has another reserves, which will give him 4 more tokens. He has the we can do it in hand.
The we can do it, the alliance, I mean, this hand is so strong. The Baronovici. There you go.
Very good.
And this close combat to help close out the game. I want to see this Baronovici come down. I want to see some Alpine tokens.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is the correct spot to do it here, since you have your guard in the support line and you don't have enough space. It's unfortunate to not see it, since it's a really strong card, but I think we can do it, or the alliance is just way stronger here.
Finds a 0k Corsan.
Not able to
Unfortunately,
play
no
the-
blitz on these.
And J-King finds another Sherman. Not what you want to find here.
This hand. It's just been a little bit slow for J-King.
This A10 is just unkillable.
And this
for
looks
J-King.
like J-King getting knocked down to play against Thanatron, and Socialist going to be advancing to the finals, I believe.
Absolutely is. He did not seem too confident before this match, but he actually did it.
He's played very well, and this tokens deck has performed in the matchups it's usually expected to, up against these decks where you can outvalue them. And now,
look at this.
A wave of
Alliance
infantry.
Oh my god, the value.
Look at these stats.
Going to trade out the units.
And yeah, why not? Don't give your opponent any quarter.
And what can J King do here? He can kill.
Why didn't he just go for the stars and stripes and kill everything?
He just realized this now.
Yeah, I see him shaking his head in the camera.
Doesn't matter in the end. The unstoppable onslaught of tokens pushing to the front line here. Even with the swag on board. J King had a perfect starting. Had Red Devils, turn 3 swag, and could still not win the game.
However, J King not out the tournament. This is double elimination, so we'll get to try again.
But we will have Socialist as our first finalist.
Yeah, Socialist will be our first finalist.
Congrats. Really well played. And we will see J King in the next match against Tenetron.
Yes. And I mean, these players were on the opposite end of the bracket, so these players haven't played against each other yet. It will be a first off for them, and I'm wondering if there's going to be some token PTSD. Getting rid of these tokens and just not letting them come through again, or if it's, I can beat this tokens deck, I just need to do a little bit better, I need tokens to do a little bit worse.
Do you remember when we just spoke about, when we got here to the broadcast, to the studio, we just spoke about, after yesterday's performance from tokens, maybe players are not going to ban tokens, and this is what J King really, just made him maybe lose this series here with not being able to compete against this mass of infantry.
It didn't look like these tokens were ever going to reach the support line. It looked like these tokens were just going to be getting eaten up forever, but they just, one token survived and it made it through. Yep. But I think that's enough from me and Spooz for now, and it's back to the lovely Christo.
Oh, I'm lovely. Thank you so much, Bubbles. I appreciate that. All right, so we congratulations, Socialists. We're going to see Socialists in the finals here, vying for the crown and the title of 2024 World Champion. I'm joined by Berto and Starry. And Berto, we were chatting about it. We lined up tokens against Frontline. The swag came down on turn 3. The Red Devils were hanging out in the front line. We thought, this is peachy. J King's got this. What the heck happened?
Yeah, I mean, Socialist played it amazingly. He did have a few things go right for him, of course, like getting all that draw was crucial, and then being able to get a whole bunch of 2/3 tokens to the front line all in one turn. And the SWG, it does the damage, then silences it, as we saw in the game. So that was just crucial for J King not being able to clear every single unit. And J King also had quite a few dud draws in a row himself. And he didn't have very many fast tools to react to that front line to make up for the swag, only being able to deal with a couple of things a turn.
Definitely hurts when you've got the swag to ping a few things, but the tokens stick around for a minute. You're able to buff them again. Makes it very, very challenging. So we're gonna get Starry set up with Socialist to do the winners interview. We're gonna play the pre-recorded interview that I had with Socialist on Friday to get you all in the mood. So give us a second. We'll be right back with Socialist. And so this is our first time seeing Winter War in a tournament event, and it happens to be the World Championships. Overall, what are your thoughts on the expansion?
This expansion brings a lot of new cards and also card shuffle into reserve pool. So it's changed the environment a lot. And I think we will have seen something new in this competition. My favorite card in the new expansion is Take Liberty, the Japan card, and it can change the game, like your opponent maybe just builds some more cards in their hands, and you are a grow deck and you play like all your resources out, and then Take Liberty will build your advantages again.
We are back, joined by our first finalist, Socialist. Congratulations. Sorry, over to you for the winner's interview.
Yeah, congratulations on making it to the the finals. What an achievement. I was curious, the tokens deck that you're playing, what do you think was important in that win?
I think the most important things in the tokens decks now is the card draw, because like the only means for me to have card draws is the industrial might. So I'm pretty glad that 2 of them are all on my hands. So I think basically it's the case for token stacks to win.
Yep. And as far as going into the next match, so for example, if you had lost that tokens match against Frontline, you would have had to play tokens versus Soviet Italy.
Yeah.
Do you think that Soviet Italy is a more difficult match or Frontline?
I think it's basically like the same. It's
okay.
The token stacks have its own tempo, like for card draws, and but it's different for front lines or the solvent to deal with token stack, because for front lines you need to try to control front lines before the solvent, and for solvent it's more like cleaning the board.
Mm-hmm. And my last question is, I saw you and Leo practicing a lot last night, and I'm really glad that Leo still was really committed to helping you get that victory. But was there anything that you prepared for last night that you think got you here today?
First, I would like to thank Leo for helping me to prepare this decks for today's match. And one thing I noticed is that J King's ban my Japan decks is in my surprise. Mm-hmm. So I prepared a lot of Japan decks because Japan decks, of course, have some bad matchups with these decks. So we prepared a lot last night.
All right. Well, thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you again later in the finals.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Socialist. Congratulations. Let's go ahead, speaking of the finals, and bring up the bracket. So here is where we are at so far today. We do see Socialist, the first grand finalist here at the 2023 World Championship. So Socialist will be vying for a $6,000 prize, and as well as the title, obviously, of 2023 World Champion. We see J King go down, take that second life, going up against Thanatron here. This is going to be our final best of 5 series. Once we get through this, we're going to the finals. That is going to be best of 7 to crown our champion. So before we get there, obviously we've got this J King Thanatron match. We're going to go ahead and give J King a second to shake it off and get his head back in the game. I am rejoined by Spooz and Bubbles. And Spooz, let's start with you. When Starry did the interview yesterday with Socialist, he had mentioned his ban strategy was, I need to avoid the fast decks because I've got a couple OTK decks that I need to run in. If I get kind of blitzed out, I'm going to have a problem there. We did see J King ban the Japan OTK deck, still had to face off against one, but it seems like Socialist's plan worked out pretty spectacularly here, where I know what my matchups are, I know what my bad matchups are, and I'm going to try and ban those out of the way.
Yeah, it spoke about the bans with Socialist before his matches, and I was kind of surprised that he just chose the German deck for example, this war production deck, this high roll deck, and he just said, yeah, this deck is just too aggressive for his list. So if you find an early war production with this deck and found yourself against an H39 swag that we just saw, this Fury Artillery, you instantly lose the game. And I think he wanted to reduce the variance, like if you find yourself in a position where you just lose a fast match, where you just have the feeling that you got high rolled, it's not really good for your mentality, and also feels really, really bad because you just feel like you could not really play your strengths out in this match. So he just tried to reduce this and just play the more control-based decks and just try to, as we just saw in the tokens, I think he just did everything really, really well. He just thought about his moves, tried to get the perfect value out of each of the single tokens, and in the end, it was just one token that survived on the front line. That's what he needed to get rid of the artillery, and from there on, he could just flood the board and just overwhelm J King.
I think to your point, it comes down to, hey, if I take out as much variance as possible, that gives me the most control on the matchup. And it's obviously worked out well for Socialist moving on to the finals. We do have our final matchup before we get there, though. We've got J King taking on Thanatron. The advantage that Socialist and J King had is they knew what their first matchup was going to be, but Thanatron last night had to kind of think of, well, I could play either one of these individuals, and then I probably have to play the other one anyway. So Bubbles, coming into this second matchup, how is Thanatron looking at it? He just watched, J King struggle a little bit in this Socialist match. He knows he's going to have to play a couple games today. What do you think he's going in? Is he going to follow a similar ban strategy? Do you think he's got something set out that he's planning to do to make it back into the finals here?
I think it's really difficult when the two opponents you're facing have very different decks. J King and Socialist decks, there's not too much crossover other than, say, the US front line. So it's difficult to sort of practice for one and practice for the other at the same time. However, Thanatron has played Socialist already once. It was a 3-2, so it was a long match, a best of 5, and there were points where it looked like Thanatron could take it. So I imagine there would be more emphasis on playing against J King because I already have this practice against Socialist. Maybe I don't need to focus on that as much. So I imagine, that was where the emphasis was trying to play against J King and J King's decks. But also J King's decks are far more traditional. Thanatron probably has more experience against these than he does against a Jet prototype deck. So he may also want to test out against these weirder and newer decks, as there's far less experience going into it with these.
And on top of that, right, we're still in a scenario where you do get to ban 2 decks. So you do have to pick out those 3 you want to face off against. And so Spooz, if you're looking at this right now, we saw the push OTK get banned yesterday. We saw it go through today. Seemed to perform pretty well. You got US frontline that were pretty reliable deck. Jagro did get banned by Socialists, again, following that strategy of I don't want to go up against anything too fast, but Jagro's been a bit shaky so far. We haven't seen the Germany war production deck because it's too high rolly, and then you got Soviet Italy control, which is kind of a pain to play against. So if you're Thanatron going into this matchup, what are you thinking here? Do you ban based on the strategy, or it's just based on individual decks that I don't want to have to deal with?
So looking at Thanatron's deck lists, I probably try to avoid everything that runs a lot of guards and a lot of healing. So I would go with the Brit deck and the Soviet control deck, and I think then you have a good shot in the other matchups to just get your decks through.
And Bubbles, if we're looking at it the other way around, J King's lining up now against Thanatron. It's got that frontline list that we're seeing everywhere. Got kind of a Jagro piece, got the tokens. We saw Thanatron struggle a bit against tokens. We've seen this Jet prototype deck that's worked fairly well. And we've got the Brittany control. If you're J King looking at that, do you have a specific strategy about how you want to handle this matchup?
I think Jagro's a strong target. I know for Brittany, J King is very comfortable playing against control decks because he plays a lot of control decks. And the way J King has explained it to me is I'm very confident in my ability to play these matches correctly. And when the game goes on for a very long time, there's more opportunities for my opponent to make mistakes, which I can take advantage of. So I imagine we'll see J King letting control decks go through, and things like Jagro, maybe frontline or tokens might get banned out as well, as these are the ones where you're more likely just to get high rolled and there's going to be less you can do about it. Whereas Brittany versus Soviet control, I imagine J King is super happy in that situation. Even if one deck has slightly better advantage against the other, I think J King's just comfortable in that environment.
And do you think that's it, Bubbles, that J King's coming in with like, hey, I've got the confidence, I've proven 2 years in a row that I'm probably the best player in cards here. Let's have these games go long. Let's force, I'm thinking tennis, like those unforced errors. You put your opponent in a bad situation and make them play out of it, put the pressure on them because like, hey, I can go long. I'll make limited mistakes, and I really want my opponent to have to fight their way through, especially somebody like Thanatron, while a very skilled player, somebody who's not as practiced at the tournament play, the OCCs, all of that. We don't see him quite as often.
I think J King will be absolutely comfortable there. We even saw it against Socialist with this ramp deck against J King's Soviet control deck. Socialist had the perfect start, and then I don't think he pressured J King enough. In the mid-game, we were saying about using the supply shortage monsoon combo earlier, and J King was way closer to winning that game than you would have expected with that opening from Socialist. So, yeah, I think J King's just so happy to play these longer matches, and it's always frustrating when you go second against Frontline. They play Red Devils, and you're like, well, this is over. There's nothing I can do about this. And this tokens deck, we saw it then. He has a card which is meant to be really good against tokens, and one token gets through, it's game over.
Just one guy.
Just one guy changes the game, and we're going to find out who is going to take on the opponent of Socialist in this grand finals as we send it off to Starry and Berto to call the last match here before we get to the grand finals. You're going to see Jaking taking on Thanatron. Winner goes to the finals. Loser takes home a nice little prize, but ends their tournament life.
All right, thank you so much, Christo. So yeah, our next round is going to be the knockout round. The loser of this match is going to take third place, while the winner is going to advance to the finals, playing against Socialist. But yeah, Berto, do you have any thoughts from last game?
Yeah, especially watching that ramp into Soviet Italy. It was pretty incredible to see J. King almost come back, and then, of course, that final game, the tokens against the front line, that comeback mounted by Socialist was absolutely incredible, and I did not expect to see such a thing in that match on turn 3.
Yeah, at several points in the game, I said, man, if Socialist had gone first in that game, then I think that Socialist has a really good shot. But I did not see Socialist winning that game, especially after the SWG came down. But, you know, we do want to get into this next matchup. So before we do that, we are going to take a look at the decks. We already saw J. King's decks very, very recently, so we're just going to look at Thanatron. So Thanatron has the same deck as Socialist, as well as Leo, this Germany-US jet prototype sort of mid-range list that has a strong combo finisher by playing out these jet prototypes, attacking the HQ, potentially even playing Bismarck for a crazy finish, which we haven't seen in a long time. But it has the ability to go very quickly with cards like Noshub and 64th Panzer Grenadier to ramp temporarily, as well as War Machine and In Hour of Need to ramp permanently. Ramping towards that win condition, all while trying to get through some damage. The next list is a Britain-Italy control list, and we've seen this list a couple times over the last OCCs, but this list is a little bit adapted for the current meta, playing new cards such as Co-Belligerence, which we saw in previous matches, was able to steal important units and turn your opponent's win conditions into your win conditions, and also playing Delaying Tactics. Now that we've lost Moni, Delaying Tactics is a way of slowing your opponent down early. The next deck is a Soviet-US tokens list, and you know, we just saw a very, very similar deck come out from Socialist, but this list is slightly different, playing copies of By the Sword. As I talked about with Socialist in our interview, draw is a very, very key component of tokens, and in Socialist deck, the only draw is Industrial Might. But Thanatron, I talked with Thanatron a little bit, and Thanatron went with 2 copies of By the Sword to increase that draw, slowing down the deck a little bit, but giving it a little bit more longevity. The next list is a US-Germany frontline list. It is pretty aggressive, playing 2 copies of 64th Panzer Grenadier to potentially get 3 extra credits, or at the bare minimum, force your opponent to try and take it out as quickly as they can, as well as playing 3 copies of M10A1, the 3-cost 4/2 tank that on deployment suppresses a unit, and this has sort of replaced half-track for Thanatron. Some of the players in this tournament have chosen half-track, some have chosen M10, but it fights its way through guards while putting down a dangerous 4/2 body. We already know with Hellcat that a 4/2 body can be very threatening, especially after Blitzkrieg. Playing 1 copy of Enigma and 2 copies of Blitzkrieg. So this list is quite aggressive. And then the last list is a Japan-Germany Jagro list. Some new inclusions after we've lost some of our draw engines, like, for example, Martyr. Now we're seeing Take Liberty, which has the opportunity to get rid of your opponent's cards if they have a lot of cards in hand, for example, in some control matchups, while also refilling your own for 4 credits. Zero, the A6M2 21-0, which doubles your opponent's first card played every turn, the cost of the first card played every turn, which makes it so that once you present a board, if your opponent has to pay double, they might not have the opportunity to wipe it or to handle it as well as they'd like to. So if you can stick this 0, it could be very, very dangerous, as well as the Type 94 TK early, which has the potential to grow and grow and grow, and demands an answer as quickly as possible. And as well, there is one copy of H39 SWG, not as many as J King's list. J King is playing 4 in his Jagger list, but Thanatron does see the value of this card. So yeah, Berto, what do you think about the 4 copies of SWG in Jagro in particular?
I love the quad swag. It's so good with Type 93. It's so good with Naval Supply Run. If you can't find them, those cards to buff it, it can be a little weaker, but still you're usually able to find quite a bit of good value on it, hitting a 5th Rangers or, something like that. Even if you're not dealing a ton of damage with it, it's providing a lot of utilities. But
And, sorry, it sounds like we have the bans in, so we do want to take a look at those. And we will see Thanatron getting Britain and Germany banned, while J King getting US and Soviet banned. Quite interesting. So Thanatron losing that Brit-Italy control and the Jet prototype, while J King is losing Frontline and Soviet Italy. Now, neither set of these 2 decks are similar. They're 2 polar opposite decks in both cases. So walk me through that, Berto. What do you think about that?
well, it's interesting. I think that J King was a little scared that Thanatron's Britain deck is really good at answering his aggro decks, but even with co-belligerence, it has a lot of play into his Soviet Italy control as well. So I can see why that ban makes a lot of sense. And then the Jet prototype, we've seen J King struggle against that deck a little bit so far in this tournament. And I suspect he just doesn't want to see that like he's seen before.
Yeah, and J King has a pretty slow start. I mean, J King is playing a German-Soviet deck with war production and 64th Panzer Grenadiers.
Ooh, but he gets the war production into the SWG.
Yeah, I mean, that is a really, really strong start.
Okay, Thanatron, he can play out a Greyhound, and J King won't be able to kill it.
And Nashi was absolutely great for J King as well here. It's going to allow him to potentially ramp into an earlier 20th Panzer Grenadiers, maybe able to play out something like 35T in Combined Arms a couple of turns earlier than otherwise he'd be able to. And if J King can push a large 35T into the front line here against Frontline, I mean, you don't have a whole lot of answers for that aside from maybe M10.
Yeah, one of the other things that I'm liking from J King here is holding back the Jaeger so that Thanatron doesn't just have the opportunity to push up and kill the Jaeger. It really gave him a little more, a few more options, I would say.
So J King is able to take out the backline unit, gain a couple more credits, and play that 20th Panzer Grenadiers way, way earlier than expected. Cheating credits with Nashib, cheating credits with war production, and cheating credits with Jaeger. Wow, what an absolutely quick hand. Now the question is, A, can Thanatron keep up with this absolute onslaught from J King? And B, if Thanatron does find a way to keep up, is J King going to have the longevity that he needs to stay in the game? And there is an MEBF 109G. That's a potential way to stay, continue to get cards, especially in combination with this SWG.
Yeah. As you were touching on, the longevity of J King's deck, this deck does struggle to find much card draw, but, with a start like this...
And if you're Thanatron, you already used your first M10 to suppress the SWG once, and now you're faced with having to do it again the turn after.
Yeah, but this 164th is pretty nice to trade into the Jaeger tournament, buff up your M10 to a 5-3, and then you're able to trade maybe into the 101 when J King pushes that up. it gives Fanatron a few options in these coming turns.
Yeah, and most notably, it puts the M10 outside of the range of that SWG. Now that the SWG is suppressed, that means that it doesn't suppress on attack. Although I believe that, as we saw with our last matchup, that it does the damage and then clears the buff.
Yes.
Okay, so either way, it would be out of the range. So actually, yeah, that M10 is going to stick around this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, this is a big reason why J King runs 4 copies of the SWG, because your opponent is only going to have so many answers, and if you just keep laying them down, your opponent's going to run out at some point. There's only one suppression left in Fanatron's deck, I believe, with the third M10.
Yep, that is correct. And Thanatron is really, really going to struggle to take out the second SWG. I mean, Thanatron has had to use 2 M10s on a single SWG, and is presented with the needing to answer yet another SWG.
Yeah, and this M10 is definitely going away this turn. I would be shocked if J King didn't clear this out. It's Fanatron's way to get into the backline, and that's what you're looking to prevent here.
Yep, and with Thanatron having these 5th Rangers, I'm going to be quite honest, Berto. I was surprised to see as many copies of 5th Rangers being played in this tournament as there are, for this exact reason, which is that if 5th Rangers get suppressed, it's not a particularly strong card.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Although you should at least be getting a trade with 5th Rangers and then getting it suppressed, or getting it into the front line and getting it suppressed, at which point your opponent still needs to deal with it to get into the front line. So, I've seen the situations where it's not the worst case in the world, but yeah, it's definitely a weakness of 5th Rangers, which is good that the card finally has weaknesses now.
Yeah, I mean, it's historically been a really, really strong card, but when your opponent is able to get into the front line and suppress, I mean, how many answers does Thanatron realistically have to this second SWG? Crucially, this strategic bombing is just out of range of these SWGs, and we talked to J King in my interview yesterday with J King. J King specifically said that those 1-4 stats were crucial. Having that 4th defense point is an absolutely crucial reason why J King values this card so highly.
Yeah, and J King, maybe a little bit of BM, growing out the well played while his opponent's on 17 defense. But I mean, I don't disagree.
It's tough. I mean, that Skytrain is, for all intents and purposes, a 3-cost random US 1K unit that denies your opponent a credit slot and an attack with SWG the next turn, of course. But yeah, I mean, Thanatron unable to get these 20 seconds online. In previous OCCs, we've seen people go down to only 1 copy of 22nd. But with the release of Winter War, Frontline does lose some of its important other draw engines like Martyr, and so needs to find other ways to generate these cards. And unfortunately, 22nd is just nowhere near as strong as Martyr, especially when you are behind.
Yeah, J King finding 2 of those 20 Panzer Grenadiers, really giving him all the draw he needed in that game. And of course, he found the tempo too. Everything just lined up perfectly, exactly how you want to see the deck play.
Yeah, and J King really looks like his confidence is starting to come back. We see him nodding after facing that defeat from Socialist. We might have been thinking, okay, well, J King was on a 2-game loss streak. He's coming into this a little rattled. He's had to quickly transition from his game with Socialist directly into his game with Thanatron. And if J King wins this, he's going to have to quickly transition into the finals. But J King, is a super, super accomplished player. And we see that he quickly gets back on his feet.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels so good to get that first game out of the way. I'd say that's often where you're most stressed. Once you get a few games under your belt, you get into it, you get into the groove. Um, you're just playing cards again, and it feels natural, like you're playing any other time.
Yeah, J-King going second, but Thanatron doesn't want to play that 164th and have it instantly traded out.
This is rough from Thanatron.
Yeah, as I said earlier, this Type 94 TK has to be answered, and J-King draws another one. And Thanatron isn't going to have really any options until turn 4, unless Thanatron can grab a crucial card off the top of the deck. That is something. It at least stops the Type 94 TK early, but will it be enough to prevent this onslaught from Jagro?
Well, the SWG, everything in Thanatron's hand deals with the front line, not the back line. And that's going to make this real tough.
Yeah, are we going to see another quick game here? J-King has the opportunity to attack it twice, taking it out, but to be honest, J-King can just attack it once.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he chooses to do. This 5th Rangers is, for all intents and purposes, out of the fight. It will give that deployment, the operation cost reduction to the Panzer 35T, but aside from that, it's pretty useless for the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, the best thing it could do, maybe soak an Akita hit. Although this Schutzen taking it, also not bad either, healing right back up.
Yeah, I mean, Schutzen is an absolutely great card at contesting the front line, which is why Frontline plays it, because it allows you to trade into an opponent's unit in the front line, heal yourself back up, get damage on the enemy HQ, and usually you're looking to play it in the same turn as you're able to push up some of your other units. But it's pretty much all Thanatron can do just to keep J-King from overwhelming him.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about these coming turns. If Thanatron can get the Schutzen up as a 5-5 into the front line, J-King could struggle to deal with it. Bombing raid and Akita. It's looking a little less likely that J-King won't manage to deal with this now, but still a pretty good play to force those answers out of J-King's hand.
Yeah, Thanatron is starting to get to the point where the early onslaught is starting to die down. J-King doesn't really have any card draw in hand, especially if Thanatron keeps putting these units in the front line. So is Thanatron going to be able to get enough units in the front line to consistently give, options to potentially push up the Sherman? Not push up the Sherman. Push up a United States unit into the front line to play the Sherman?
And that 35T draw is huge. Thanatron is able to clear the SWG before any buffs come out on it. Get 2 units into the front line.
Oh, and we see J-King very disappointed by that.
Yeah, he bared his teeth like a monkey ready to fight.
J-King drawing another SWG, but this SWG is not in the same position as the previous one. In order to get max value out of these SWGs, you need to have the aggression.
Now, we said how SWG is a nice counter to this 5th Rangers. However, at this point in the game, Thanatron's probably pretty happy to say, okay, I'll spend another 4 credits to get rid of that SWG. Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, but James finds another one. He just keeps going with these.
Yeah, I am assuming that if J-King is considering this play, that yes, that's exactly what we're going to see, a Naval Supply Run come out. And this is going to make it tough for Thanatron, A, to take it out, because it puts it at a very important 5 defense instead of 4 defense. But additionally, having a 3 attack Fury artillery, they're functionally 6. They're actually better than 6 attack artilleries.
Yeah, in some
being
ways.
able to split the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Man, and Frontline has a lot of 4 damage. It has those M4 Shermans. It has the 5th Rangers. 4 is a critical number. for frontline, and J-King was able to get over that number.
Yeah, if J-King doesn't take out this 5th Rangers, I would be worried about Blitzkrieg here from J-King's perspective. Because Fanatron could push up the Sherman, play Blitzkrieg, take both of these out, and then J-King's in a really rough spot, but fortunately for J-King, unfortunately for Fanatron, no Blitzkriegs here.
Yeah, I think something important for Thanatron to think about is it ever worth trying to play another Sherman just as an opportunity to get the some M10s? I mean, Thanatron's playing 3 copies of M10s, and we've seen roughly 13-ish cards come out from Thanatron, so the fact that Thanatron hasn't seen one yet is not particularly likely, not particularly uncommon either, but it is more probable that Thanatron would see an M10 by this point, and an M10 would completely cripple that second SWG.
Yeah, and if J-King has any trouble taking the front line for this expansion, there's not a lot of draw in his deck.
Yeah, the expansions are the main draw engine of Jagro since the rotation of Martyr.
Now, J-King's getting close to lethal. It's not quite there yet. He has
11 this turn. Yep. But J-King also doesn't really have a particularly large amount of ways to deal damage directly to the HQ either. J-King is not playing any Shiden, and when you're not playing Shiden, your ways to get in that damage are, I don't want to say worse, but more traditional. You know, you have to take the front line, you have to attack their HQ directly. That's kind of the name of the game. So whether or not you play Shiden, it's an important decision. It's been questioned a lot by players lately, and players have come to different conclusions. Some people prefer to have it as a potential strong finisher, but it also has a potential to brick your opening hands. So it's a cost-benefit analysis.
Yeah, what I found, and I think J-King's of the same opinion here, we both did like running Shiden in our Jagro before the Winter War expansion, except now that you run Take Liberty for a bit of extra draw, just having that such an expensive unit is pretty awkward a lot of the time.
For sure. And J-King is really, really struggling to find any draw. Amazingly, Thanatron was able to stop the aggression, deal with the SWGs, and J-King is now backed into a corner.
Yeah, and might we see another M10 just to get rid of the smokescreen on the Aichi?
It's definitely something that I was thinking about, surely something that Thanatron was thinking about, but this turn, it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, as Aichi isn't directly threatening anything. Now that the other Aichi, the 2-cost Aichi, is rotated, there isn't any threat of Aichi suddenly becoming a 5/3, so you know that your units are going to survive.
Yeah, that's very true. And this, we can do it also, giving you as much defense as this Aichi is probably going to do. Mm-hmm. So.
And Thanatron has all the pressure in the world here, as well as longevity. I mean, Thanatron has this Sherman. As always, draw first if you can. If you're planning on drawing first is good. And that Enigma, not particularly useful in this scenario, but Thanatron, I'm not sure if Thanatron was bringing it to maybe get some extra longevity against control decks. Berto, do you know anything about that?
Yeah, so I know what J-King said about it, which is not exactly my view, is that he found it really impactful even in frontline mirrors. When you don't have the opportunity to draw off of Sherman, you can use Enigma to, draw off your opponent's Shermans, essentially. And that can be a way to get back into the game. Of course, against control, it's often useful because, they often get a lot of cards in hand. But I think with the introduction of 20 Panzer Grenadiers as a bit more draw that also doesn't require the front line, that J-King has switched off of this Enigma.
And that is going to be the game. Thanatron able to attack with the Greyhound here for that lethal damage. But anyways, Berto, it's interesting that you mention J-King's appreciation for the card Enigma. We see in previous OCCs that J-King has brought Enigma, but he didn't bring Enigma in the World Championships. Do you think that he potentially wasn't expecting as many frontline mirrors, or I don't know. What do you think?
Well, what I was saying before, the 20 Panzer Grenadier giving you some extra draw on 4, I think and such good draw that gives you so much value, and you don't even lose much tempo because you're getting a unit at the same time. I feel like that's really just replaced Enigma for him.
Yeah, and it doesn't require you to be ahead on board in order to get the value from it.
Yeah,
I think,
absolutely.
yeah. So for game 2, we're going to see J-King using this Britain-Soviet push sort of control, has some potential for OTK finishes, as we saw in the match against Socialist. And Thanatron is not having a particularly quick start here. Expansion, Audacity, 22nd, SWG, and Take Liberty. Thanatron really, really not getting a good draw.
Yeah, he's been having some ugly hands so far this tournament. Well, so far in the series against J-King, I mean, it's been difficult for him to find what he needs on 1 and 2.
Yeah, and J-King has a really nice hand here. The Monsoon Rots are probably not that important in this matchup, especially not this early, but having 2 Bloody Sickles as well as a Naval Power, Bloody Sickle is one of the best cards in the game against Jagro, and that's going to prevent Thanatron from getting his draw engine going to get himself out of this situation.
Yeah, there is still a lot of options for Thanatron. He can just clear out his hand and play Take Liberty. He can draw off of these 24th Cavalries. He can get into the front line for this expansion. It's not like J-King has a ton of units, and we don't see any Bryansks in his hand currently, which would be the main one you would want to use for such a purpose.
Yeah, but what Thanatron needs here isn't draw. Thanatron does have plenty of draw, but it's just not the cards that you want to see at this moment in time. I like this Audacity play, taking out the Honey, because it's functionally dealing damage by preventing your opponent from healing. A penny saved is a penny earned, and a life that your opponent doesn't gain is a damage that you dealt. But it's also not weak to supply shortage, which is a huge consideration when you're Thanatron here.
And one thing that I wonder about is you only need 3 copies of Red Dawn for the combo from J-King's side. We might see one of these get used in the early game on a high-value unit like this Aichi.
Yeah, I'm still stuck on this idea of preventing your opponent from healing is equivalent to damage. Do you think that if you get the daily mission, deal 60 damage to the enemy HQ, that it should count if you kill your opponent's Honey? I got that mission yesterday, and I don't know, I feel cheated.
That would be really hard to calculate, I feel like. What if you force your opponent to trade into one of your units with their Honey to survive? Is that still you preventing them from healing with the Honey?
That's a good question.
If you force their hand? Now it's getting philosophical.
Yeah, well, Thanatron sitting here with 9 cards in hand, which is not a common sight for Jagro. This Take Liberty is... I don't think I've ever seen Take Liberty be less useful, although granted, it is a new card. I haven't seen that much of it, but...
Well, I wouldn't quite say that, because this Take Liberty is probably going to hit a 9-card hand from or an 8-card hand from J-King.
This is true. This is absolutely true.
And sometimes you're willing to take the sacrifice of just saying, well, I know that I'm losing a bit of cards, but my opponent's losing more, And they're a combo deck, and I'm terrified.
Yeah, as we're progressing into the mid to late game, which is kind of sad to say, given that Thanatron has gotten a grand total of 3 to 4 units online. But yeah, we are progressing to the mid to late game, and that means that Thanatron is going to have the opportunity to start dumping the hand. And as long as the Naval Supply Run doesn't hit the Take Liberty, potentially we could see a Take Liberty come out over the next couple turns.
Yeah, that's true.
I find it very aesthetically pleasing that J King's hand is naturally organized with the 2 Monsoon Rots, the 3 Golden Red Dawns, and so close to the organization of the 2 supply shortages.
Yeah, you just draw another supply shortage, play the Bryansk, and then it's perfect.
Thanatron thinking about playing 35T without an infantry on board. I'm not sure if the pressure is getting to him, or if he was considering maybe not playing as hard into supply shortage. What do you think?
He can consider not playing as hard into supply shortage, or even Monsoon Rot supply shortage, but at the same time, some people just play with their hand differently. They think about a unit, they hover over it, even though they certainly don't want to play it first. I've seen a few players, particularly Red Sun, operate like that. And so it can be really hard to judge intent just based on what somebody's hovering over.
Absolutely true. I've seen some Chinese players. I'm not sure who exactly, but they like drag the card around in a circle over and over. It's very, very distracting to watch if you're casting, which is I'm glad that we have spectator mode instead of watching their streams, so that we don't see that swirling action.
Now, I was wondering about, what if Thanatron played Shiden and hit the HQ? Because there's not a lot of answers in J King's deck for that. Obviously, we do see the second Monsoon Rot and supply shortage. But, not knowing that those are in hand, it makes you think, like, how many ways can J King really deal with it?
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. There is, to my knowledge, not a single card in J King's deck that deals with Shiden on its own. You're bare minimum going to have to spend 2 cards on it, which, either you're spending some low-cost cards and taking some damage, like these Red Dawns, or you're spending your entire turn getting rid of it. So there is definitely some consideration to be given. I completely agree with you, Berto.
This is hard. Like, you really want that Crusader gone. Really, really. Because J King is getting close to the end of his deck, and if he does, then you've lost. But at the same time, it means that one of these Red Dawns is able to be sacrificed to deal with the Shiden, so, that's also a huge cost.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, J King is 1 turn away from playing Commonwealth, so if Thanatron can't get through damage here, then that's going to be game. And Thanatron doesn't have anything in hand right this second that can get through it.
Well, he does have Take Liberty.
True. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not over, but J King now requiring Thanatron to deal 9 damage and get through, 10 damage after the honey, and to deal that damage through a Bryansk as well. I mean, I am struggling to think of anything that Thanatron could do to get out of this. Although, playing 0 does prevent your opponent from Commonwealthing that turn. It does buy you 1 more turn. But at what cost? You're not really making any progress into your opponent's life total. It's just going to get Red Dawned for 2 credits.
Well...
for 1 credit.
You're not so sure anymore, because J King does need both of these Red Dawns, because he already used one. So he can't play the Red Dawns unless he has the combo this turn to play it.
Yeah, I believe that we may have a crash in one of these games, but J King is looking like he is winning. But we will see when we get back to live coverage of this game. So, yeah, Berto, I mean, as that game was going, J-King can play those Red Dawns, but only if he's sure that he's going to be able to win with Commonwealth. Is that the point that you're trying to make?
If he's sure that he's winning with Commonwealth or with the push OTK, because like on that same turn, just because if you use that second Red Dawn, then you're no longer dealing 21 damage to your opponent. You don't have a lot of ways to get chip damage in with that deck. It can be a little bit hard, but he was also so close to the end of his deck that maybe you are able to Red Dawn, play some draw, find the final push. Not final push, but final push.
Final push exclamation point. Yeah.
Yes.
Push!
Final push! And then go off and kill your opponent. And either way, it looked like J-King was very close to winning that game in either of those two ways.
Yeah, I mean, I personally think that J-King had the ability to be a little bit greedy, use those pushes. Because I mean, J-King has open deck list, right? Like, he knows what's in his opponent's deck, and I'm not sure that there was anything that could deal 6 damage while getting through a Bryansk, or 7 damage, I suppose, after the honey heal from the draw. But yeah, maybe there is some combination of 3 cards in Thanatron's hand, or that could have been in Thanatron's hand, that could have potentially put J-King at a life total that But anyways, I believe that we are going to restart the game, if I'm not mistaken, and neither player has to pick the same deck, which, if that's the case, that would be a shame for J-King. But yeah, I mean, these things do happen sometimes.
Yeah, and I really think there was a chance for Thanatron still with the 0 and Take Liberty. It was a narrow margin for sure, but if you get that Commonwealth on the bottom of J-King's deck, you find maybe a Raiding Brigade to get through that Bryansk, you get in a few hits and bring him below Commonwealth range, then J-King might not have been able to quite close it out.
Yeah, and Thanatron has a much, much better start here, and to be honest, J-King's hand is looking a little bit questionable. I was going to say, I would be very, very surprised to see J-King keep those timely supplies, as they are really good late in the game, but not so much early.
Yeah, and Thanatron looking like he has a little bit of a better hand, a little more options in the early game. He can play this Yokosuka expansion if he wants, but it is awkward running 24th Cavalry and Jagro, because often you want to play these expansions, but you're really risking that you're drawing into more of those cavalries early.
Yeah. I know that when I was practicing for World Championships, something that I took from J-King told me this, is that you should always mulligan cavalries because you're always going to draw more. But yeah, the 24th Cavalry is great in the fact that it can draw you a lot of cards, have this kind of unrelenting force, but there we see it's a completely dead draw for Thanatron.
Yeah, it's real awkward, and it's still tempting to play expansion again this turn, but you could see 2 more 24th Cavalries, and then you want to concede right then and there.
So J-King making sure to try and save that honey if at all possible. Thanatron has the ability to push 15th Cavalry forward to give the Yokosuka +1 attack, as well as play the Type 93 to be able to trade the Yokosuka into the honey. You'd even be able to get off an expansion if you did that, but it is a little bit weak to supply shortage. This line looks less weak to supply shortage, and I guess it makes sense not to play the expansions right this second, until you maybe get rid of your extra copies of 24th Cavalry from your deck. What do you think?
Well, I'm a little surprised that Thanatron played the Type 93 over the 15th Cavalry to give that Yokosuka 1 more attack to trade out with the honey. I just feel like that extra pressure in the front line does a bit more than having the +1 attack buff. Usually you want to, get your units out first and then get the plus attack buff, So yeah, I'm just a little confused to see that.
Yeah, so J-King has lost 2 honeys, and J-King is only playing 2 copies of honey. So that is all of the honeys that J-King has for the rest of the game. So on one hand, yes, Thanatron, is not particularly far ahead on board, but on the other hand, J-King's opportunity to play this like Crusader honey combo and start drawing like crazy, especially with these timely supplies, is no longer an option.
Yeah, all these honeys gone. J-King might need to ask his neighbor for sugar. I wonder what sugar is in this context. Maybe fortifications.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, J-King has a lot of potential value with the Arctic Convoy, making sure to get 2 units, and J-King's list of units that are still left in deck, I believe there's 1 copy of Bryansk Regulars, 1 copy of 85th Pioneer Company, and 1 more copy of Crusaders. So you're guaranteed to get 2 out of those 3 cards. Looks like Pioneer is going to be the card left in deck with that Bryansk and the Crusader coming out.
Why are they called Bryansk Irregulars when they regularly screw me over?
Sorry, I must not have seen. Was did J-King top deck the Pioneer?
So he played Arctic Convoy, I believe, to find the Pioneer. Did he not?
Oh,
Or-
he must have top decked Crusader then. Maybe I wasn't paying.
Yeah,
I
he
wasn't paying
top-decked
close
one
enough
of those
attention.
units. Yeah.
But anyways, that is all the units left in J-King's deck. Glad to see them. It really sucks when you're playing a card that searches for a particular type of card. For example, something like Lurking Danger, or what's the 8-cost German card?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. The search for an artillery and
Gathering Storm.
Gathering Storm.
Yeah, Gathering Storm. It's really unfortunate when you draw those kind of cards and you don't get full value on them. To pay 4 credits to draw 1 card can be really disappointing. So, Thanatron has lots of stuff in hand, and J-King doesn't have an immediate way to get rid of it, but what J-King does have is guard units and fortifications, and if J-King can advance towards this... Oh!
That's gotta hurt.
That is the absolute best target for Thanatron. You've got to be frustrated by that if you're J-King. But yeah, that's an absolutely huge hit. This means that these fortifications that J-King wants to play are not going to be drawing cards, and that's huge. J-King is much more limited on cards at this point, but J-King has 2 pushes and 2 red dawns, which means that it looks like Thanatron might be in deep trouble this upcoming turn.
Yeah, if Thanatron doesn't use Take Liberty here, he is dead, and I would be shocked if he uses Take Liberty.
Yep. Well, if you're J-King and you were probably close to winning the last game, it obviously wasn't set in stone, but it's a good feeling to be in a certain position last game, feel really confident about that position, and then, having to restart, it feels good to be in that same position, you know what I mean? It would be really disappointing if J-King wasn't able to replicate that success, but there we see J-King is double pushing for that crazy OTK, and Thanatron has 1 more opportunity to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, so what is J-King's last deck again?
J-King, I believe, had the Soviet Control and maybe Jagro? Was it Jagro that was banned?
I'm not sure, but we'll certainly see just in a second.
Yeah, I know that both players banned one control deck and one non-control deck. So I know that J King's Soviet control was banned, but I'm not sure which of the other two decks was banned as far as J King goes. Thanatron's decks that were banned were the Brit Italy control and I want to say Jet, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. And
So J King, so J King's deck that was banned was that Germany high roll deck with War Production. We haven't gotten to see it this tournament actually because it's consistently been banned. So I mean, I guess it's a well constructed deck, but it hasn't had the opportunity to prove itself.
well, we did just see it against Fanatron a few games ago. His J King's Germany deck.
Oh yeah, sorry.
That's all right.
Yep, you're absolutely right. And this Jagro mirror is going to be tough. I mean, even if Thanatron is able to win this matchup, Thanatron still has to win against Jagro one more time. And I believe that it was Bubbles that once said that you can win one game against Jagro, but it's really hard to win two games. Or was that you that said that? I don't remember, but one of you two said that at one point, and it's really stuck with me since. Jagro, it's never really guaranteed to win one game, but its consistency means that to play two games against it, especially one of which is a mirror, is tough. But Thanatron is putting up a really good fight. These 24ths are coming in real handy for Thanatron, especially in combination with that signal regimen.
Yeah, but it's really awkward that Thanatron lost that 1-in-3 Akita hit to take out his 15th Cavalry in the front line and give J King a lot of breathing room into this game.
For sure. Thanatron had the opportunity to play Yokosuka and then use the 35T to trade with the 22nd potentially, maybe cutting off J King's supply line, but Thanatron is instead opting to get that expansion off, which, you know, Thanatron might not get another opportunity to get the expansion off anytime soon. And a key difference in this mirror is that J King is playing 4 copies of SWG to Thanatron's 1, right?
Yeah.
I mean, from my point of view, I think that whoever has the heavier deck usually wins in these mirrors, and J King definitely, with those SWGs, has the ability to take out your opponent's units and generate a lot of value.
Yeah, and it's really awkward here for Thanatron to sort of choose between killing the 22nd, the draw engine, versus killing the SWG, the value engine. Well, not even killing it, but being able to Sendai it.
Yeah.
And he's just going to go all out to the HQ, but he might be upset to see this honorable death.
Yeah, I mean, Thanatron does have Shiden, and J King doesn't. And the longer that this game goes, the more likely that Thanatron is going to find Shiden at some point in the game. And if Thanatron can ever get to a point where J King is at 8 or less credits, 8 or less HQ defense, and Thanatron is at 11 credits and has Shiden in hand, that could be game. And to be honest, if you're Thanatron here, is that something that you need to play for? Because I don't really see how you're going to win the long game against these SWGs.
Well, J King is running low on draw, and he has the Raiding Brigade, so I can see Thanatron winning on value. I would like to see the 24th trade here, actually, instead of trading with the Raiding Brigade, because you still have more 24th Cavalries left in your deck.
For sure, and there's a lot of units that deal 1 damage. For example, the Type 94 TK early, the Type 93, and so the difference between 1 versus 2 health often means the difference between trading between 1 versus 2 units.
Yeah.
And especially in these mirrors, those value trades are what win you the game.
And Thanatron not having these enigmas work out for him at all.
Yeah, and Thanatron's in the same position as when he was playing Frontline, which is that 22nd is a great card to have when you're ahead, but when your opponent's ahead, it doesn't have Blitz and doesn't really contest anything.
Yeah, these this 22nd from J King has put in the work, certainly, but
And that signal is pretty close to sealing the deal for J King, because now, even if Thanatron takes these out, you're going to be dealing with the destruction effects from the Akitas, of which there's 3, as well as dealing with 1 additional damage from that signal. So Thanatron has to kill all 4 of those units, somehow none of them hit the HQ, or, you know, you could Sendai the signal, but in that case, you're not going to be able to kill these units.
Yeah, well, he does have the credits to kill, hypothetically, 3 of them. But, you know, if the Akitas aren't hitting your units to be able to keep trading, where is it hitting? Either your Sendai once, or, you know, your HQ, or your things are dying off. So there's no good outcome here for Thanatron.
Yeah, you want to attack with your units that have credit operation costs first, because you want to try and keep the 15 cavalry alive, because if you do, then you can play the 22nd later. You'll have enough credits to play the 22nd later, which might eat Nikita destruction effect. And there it is. J King is going to be advancing to the finals. A 3-match day for J King, and unfortunately Thanatron's run does end here, but both players, you know, showing good sportsmanship. And Thanatron is going to get to take the rest of the day off. And it's incredible how far these players have come. You know, although it could be disappointing to be Thanatron, you got to be proud of yourself.
Yeah, for sure. Getting to the top 4 is incredible as an achievement. And everybody who's come here yesterday and today have you know, tons to be proud of.
Yeah, really incredible achievement. But we're going to see J King versus Socialist rematch again in the finals here. Do you have any thoughts about, you know, we already saw Socialist beat J King once, but do you think that maybe some of the bans will be changed? In what ways do you think this match could differ from Game 1 of this Day 2 of World Championships?
I think that J King's a player who usually will say, like, I know it went wrong this time, but maybe my opponent needed a Nakshub, maybe my opponent needed a Shiden here. I think that was unlikely compared to my analysis of the other decks. So, yeah. But now we can send it back down to the analysts.
Yeah, we'll see what they think.
Thank you so much, Berto and Starry. We have our grand finals here. We've got Socialist taking on J King as a rematch of our first game today. It was a hard-fought battle between J King and Thanatron. I know the score was 3-1, but I think Thanatron put up an excellent fight here. Spooz, let's start with you. The swag, J King coming in saying, like, I'm bringing these everywhere, all kinds. And we've just seen it be a deciding factor in a lot of the matchups. It's always a must-answer card, and you packed your deck full of them.
Yeah, especially if you combine it with stuff like the Type 93, it becomes even more painful to face this, because then it's suddenly a 2-4 artillery with Fury. I think it's not just the Fury effect, also that it's having 4 health, which makes it out of range of a lot of early game units and removal. So it's, as J King said, it's a really strong tool to have in your deck. 3 credits, 4 health, and it can just shoot right across the board with the suppress effect. So definitely a really, really cool card in this expansion. Definitely worth to be run in a lot of decks, as we just saw.
We've got J King ready for his winner's interview here, so we're going to dive into the quick recorded footage we have from Friday when I got a chance to catch up with J King in preparation for this event. What is your favorite card in the new expansion?
I would have to say my favorite card so far is the official name is the SWG. It's the 1/4 Fury and Suppress German Artillery, although as it's already been commonly referred to as the community, it's the swag. That card is just so much fun. It's very powerful, and it really lets you play the game in a brand new way. So I actually have 12 copies of it here in this tournament, so I think that shows just how much I like that card.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got J King here with us. Starry, go ahead with the winner's interview.
All right, well, J King, You are in the finals of the World Championships for a third time in a row. How does it feel?
It feels pretty amazing.
I'm glad that the excitement isn't lost on you, and just because you've done it before doesn't mean it's not worth doing again. So going into your final game against Socialist, how are you going to play differently? I mean, I obviously don't want to ask you your bans before everything is submitted, but have you considered potentially banning anything differently? What ways do you think you're going to play different?
So the grand finals is a best of 7, which means there's only 1 ban rather than 2 bans, which does change a lot of things. It means I'm going to have more of my own decks available. It means I'm going to be less certain of what decks he's going to be banning. So it for sure changes how I'm going to be coming up with this strategy. And I don't want to reveal what I'm going to be banning, but I do have an idea. I did prepare mentally yesterday and earlier today for facing Socialist in the finals. So yeah, now we're going to see if that paid off.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely really difficult to play 3 matches in a row, but you know, you can continue to have the energy to keep pushing. You know, you were on a 2-game loss streak going into the match, but you quickly recovered, quickly gained your momentum back, and you know, cooled your head, got done what you needed to do, even in spite of some technical difficulties. So I wanted to say, you know, really proud that you managed to essentially play the same game twice in a row. But yeah, any additional comments that you want to say before we kick it back?
Yeah, I'm very excited to be playing a best of 7. This is the first best of 7 we've seen, as far as I'm aware, in competitive cards. And I'm of the opinion the more games, the better. And I know normally you don't have time to do a best of 7, but this is the World Championship Grand Finals. So of course it's going to be a best of 7. Going to go. Hopefully we see, like, you know, 5, 6, 7 games. I hope this goes all the way, and I want to wish Socialist luck.
Yeah, good luck to you as well. And it really is the ultimate expression of skill, right? I mean, the more repetitions you have, the more your tiny differences in play are going to stand out over this repetition. So best of luck to you. Good luck. I know, you know, you're going to be playing a lot of games today. But yeah, great to have you on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, J. King. Thank you, Starry. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket right before we dive into the grand finals. So here you see it. We have our path to the finals. We got J. King taking on Socialist in the aforementioned best of 7 series. They brought 1 deck from each nation. We're going to go ahead and ban 1 from each player. The winner is going to take home a $6,000 prize, as well as the title of 2023 World Championship. J. King looking to add a 3rd title here, while Socialist is looking to dethrone our defending champion. J. King also has a little bit of a more complex road today, having played in all 3 series, playing 8 games so far, and has the potential to play another 7 more. So it's going to be a huge, huge grand finals. We have Starry and Berto here to help get us ready, while Bubbles and Spooz get all comfy cozy in that casting booth, because they might be there for a minute. So I wanted to touch on something you said, Starry, because we talked about it a little bit before the match as well, where we said J. King likes the control mirror matchups. He likes going long. He feels very confident that if we go into a long game, my opponent's going to make more mistakes than I will. And it sounds like he said something very similar in the, hey, let's play a best of 7. I'm going to make less mistakes in those 7 games than you will, and I'm going to have the upper hand. Do you think that comes down to the confidence of, like, hey, I'm the 2-time defending champion. I've proven time and time again that I'm the best player in cards. Let's go as long as you'd like, because I'll beat you out.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, on one hand, you have the fact that J. King's the defending world champion 2 times over. Getting to finals again, you know, he's an incredibly accomplished player, and a lot of people kind of expected this already. But on the other hand, we've already seen a match between Socialist and J. King today, and it's kind of hard to say. On one hand, you have all this wealth of experience and confidence from J. King, but when you're going against an opponent that you already lost to earlier in the day, it's anybody's game.
And so, Berto, you know, let's talk a little bit about the fact that they've already played today, right? They've played against each other, but it was a different format. You were banning 2 decks, now you're banning 1. Is that something, and I'm going to dive back into the prep piece, and you don't have to give away all the answers, but is that something that, you know, J. King was thinking about? Like, hey, once it gets down to 1 ban, how does that change what happens? And also, how do you play in the, hey, I prepped for this yesterday, but I also played Socialist today and I didn't have a favorable result. So does that tie into, hey, I got to change my game plan a little bit now because maybe what I thought wasn't right?
Well, the one thing I'm thinking about is that he might have the emotional feeling of, I really don't want this Soviet Italy deck to go into ramp again. It's so hard to play control into ramp, and your chances of winning are really slim. So you might have that feeling of, this was the rough game for me, I really don't want to experience that again. But also in a best of 7, what are the chances that those 2 exact decks line up into each other again? You know, it's lower as well. So I'm not sure exactly what J-King's going to ban.
And is that, Starry, something you think about as well, where you're like, well, best of 7 means I'm going to have to play with 4 of my 5 decks. We've established that not all of them are on the same power level. Same thing with my opponents. Is there a mindset too where like, look, I'm probably going to get at least one unfavorable matchup in this. So yeah, I'm going to ban maybe the strongest deck. I'm going to just probably let through the second strongest deck, and I'm really going to have to compete against the worst 2 decks my opponent has. We've talked about Japan having a tough time kind of finding their spot. Is that where it is? It's less so of who's got the strongest decks, but whose weakest decks are going to be able to kind of reign supreme in this format?
Yeah, I mean, we saw that was kind of the case with Leo yesterday, unfortunately. I think that Leo is an absolutely excellent player, but just one kind of deck that was below the level of the rest, unfortunately made it really difficult, as you have to win with all 3 of your decks. And it's worth noting that Socialist, going into this match so far, pretty much has always banned the most aggressive decks. And we talked to Socialist yesterday. We saw that the reason why Socialist is doing this is to enable these decks that rely on ramp, notably the Tony OTK list and the British kind of bomber ramp list. And so if Socialist is unable to ban these fast decks and has to play 2 decks that are weak to aggro, is that going to be a huge weak point that J-King can exploit?
And, Berto, if we're looking at J-King's lineup, right, we saw for the first time really that Germany list, went off turn 1, right? War production, you get the SWG out, you're in pretty good shape. That was pretty quick. You got Jagro that's quick. You got frontline that can be fairly quick as well. So J-King does have a good lineup when it comes to that. Then he's got the Soviet Italy control. He's got the push OTK. Is that something you're thinking like, yeah, he'll probably come in and try and ban maybe the fastest deck and just have to kind of deal with what's left?
Yeah, I mean, it's also hard to decide what the fastest deck is. I mean, you have to win with ramp against some of these fast decks, no matter what, right? If you are doing that, do you say, well, this Germany deck, it doesn't always find its explosive start, right? So do I leave that because that's my best chance of a ramp deck beating that, So I feel like I would leave the Germany deck brew, but it's also, such a high variance that, you're scared to do that.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit, Starry, because, I think Jagro's a good example of that. This explosive Germany deck's a good example of that, where like you can draw a great opening hand and you can win the game in 5 turns. You can also draw a really bad hand and get blown out because you just don't have the tools, and usually those decks don't have great comeback mechanics, right? Like, Jagro's not gonna have a board wipe. If you lose control of the board, you're in a bad spot unless you can maybe blitz a few things out. Mm-hmm. So is there also the aspect of, if I let this Germany deck through, it's gonna have a lot of games to get a good hand and probably win. So if I'm J-King, maybe I start with the more aggressive lists. Might take a game or 2 to get them through, but like I'll get there.
Yeah, it's really difficult to say. On one hand, it's nice to get your wins in early to feel confident, but every win that you get means that your opponent has a closer and closer read on what they have to beat next. And that's why you end up getting these, especially the more matches that you have, your opponent gets to counterpick you, and then they win, and then you kind of counterpick them. So a lot of times you have like one player win, other player win, and you see these kind of counter matches. And whoever has kind of the weaker deck at the end is a lot of times who loses, as we've seen with some of our decks, some of our matches over the last 2 days.
That's why these type of reverse sweeps aren't unheard of, right? Because like you said, you get stuck with this deck that you're just like, I don't know how to win with this, and your opponent knows exactly what's coming, knows how to line up against it, and can kind of blow you out on the back end. So it's going to be really interesting to see with a best of 7 how those line up, because it's also something new to the players, right? To J King's point, they haven't really competed at this level. And Berto, I'm curious, coming into this, J King's already played 2 series. He's played Socialist before. He gets into the next series. He's on to the finals, going back up against Socialist. Like, is there a certain mind game too of like, okay, wait, I've played against these decks, I've played against these decks, I beat Leo yesterday. Like, if he's going to win today, he's literally conquered all of his opponents. Is there a certain level of mental fatigue, or like, hey, I'm getting my wires crossed with these decks because they are very similar? Like, we see J King very dedicated typically to like, I'm crossing off every card. Is there an aspect of like mental fatigue around how focused you need to be for the entire day?
I've seen how long J King can play on ladder. And I'm not worried for a second that he's going to falter because of exhaustion when I've seen him go 12 hours.
Or more.
Yeah, or more, just to get the prestige of the rank 1 spot.
Gotta have it.
I mean, prestige of the rank 1 spot. Let's talk about prestige of winning 3 in a row. It would be absolutely insane. And I know J King's driven to do it, and I know Socialist is ready to pull off a little bit of an upset, right? And shake things up a little bit. So Starry, I'm curious from that perspective. If you're Socialist, you just beat J King, a couple hours ago, probably feeling okay about it. Are you going to come into this thinking like, hey, I did it once, I can do it again, I'm going to follow a similar strategy, I'm going to play a similar way? Or do you think there's a certain mind game there of like, well, if J King lost, he's going to adjust things. Do I have to try and counterplay that? Or do I just go like, hey, it worked once, my bands worked, I'm going to have one last, but I know what direction I want to take. I'm just going to keep pushing through this same game plan that I established.
Well, I think that something really interesting to think about is the fact that J King lost to Socialist and beat Thanatron. Meanwhile, Socialist and Thanatron are playing the exact same jet prototype list and playing extremely similar tokens lists. And so I think that if you're Socialist, you gotta ask, what are my ramp lists gonna do? How is that gonna look different in this best of 7 format? Or yeah, best of 7. And so I think that it's really going to come down to if these ramp lists are effective. We've seen them be effective in the past, and we saw that Thanatron, especially on the tokens and jet prototype lists, kind of was sitting with all the cards in hand and no way to really push through on field. So maybe things could go differently, but it raises a really interesting question.
Let's break these down a little bit more, because you did just talk about a couple of them. And Berto, I'm curious as to your insight as well, because we've seen tokens struggle a little bit here and there. Sure, Thanatron wasn't, he claimed to not be super comfortable with them, but we've seen them struggle. We've seen just Japan lists in general struggle a little bit, but Socialist is bringing something a little bit different with the OTK. You got the jet prototype that's pretty popular and seems to be doing all right. You got frontline, your typical frontline stuff, and then you mentioned the ramp piece where like, hey, maybe I don't want to deal with that again. Is there something on that list that you're looking at going like, yeah, this might be the weak link, or this might be the thing that prevents Socialists from being able to take these grand finals?
Yeah, I think that the biggest concern is that you get stuck on ramp against aggro. Especially if J King gets a win with his Soviet Italy deck early, then it's like, I have 2 ramp decks and I need to win 2 games against aggro on ramp, which is typically, unfavored. And that's a really hard position to find yourself in.
And I've got one less band to try and get rid of them. But let's find out if all our predictions are correct as we jump up to the casters. Spooz and Bubbles are going to break it all down for you.
Hello, thank you, Christo. I'm once again joined by the very beautiful Spooz, and we're once again, a little bit of deja vu, Socialist versus J King again. A little bit different, this time it is the grand finals, so it's a best of 7. There's 5 decks, and each player gets 1 ban. And we are just going to take a quick look through these decks again for anyone that missed out earlier. And I think we'll start once again with Socialist decks with Spooz. Take it away.
I also have a deja vu here. This is my 3rd time being in the caster booth. 3rd time just presenting you the decks from Socialist. That's also a first time. So, for Socialist, we have this interesting looking Brit US ramp bomber deck. That was pretty successful against J King with this good hit on the 50-50 there. There's a really cool combo you can do with it. You just bring yourself to 16, 17 credits, then drop a Halifax. This will just deal randomly 5 damage to the board, can also hit HQ. And then you have stuff like the B24J that you can get out of production order, which has Bliss as well. On deployment, it will just deal another 7 damage when the Halifax is on board, and then you can even blitz this one out. So really strong combo, and overall you just have stuff like Monsoon Rod, Supply Shortage, which is very strong in general. When trying this out first, it felt a little bit underwhelming, but if you just have a perfect starting hand that just Socialist had in this series that we just seen earlier, it seems to be unstoppable. Then we have the good old US-Germany frontline. Nothing too special in here. Some cards just got replaced with, for example, the new Panzer Grenadiers. So we've seen this a lot. All the players brought us this weekend, so we don't have to dive any more deeper into this. Then we have a deck that just got hit by a lot of bans in the past days. The Germany-US Jet prototype deck, a deck that just evolves around having a deck with almost only even cards. So the Jet prototype, once it comes out, gets as much attack as possible and can blitz to the HQ. And with the duress, you can just get rid of a lot of guards and think that just keeps you away from doing so. Fourth deck, we have Japan-US Fighter OTK. Surprisingly got hit by a ban there from J King earlier. I'm excited to see if this will be the ban option here for J King in this best of 7, because there will be only one ban left. But for me, this deck feels like the weakness of Socialist. Looks like J King was in different opinion there. Not sure if he regrets it, and excited to see if this is the ban target or what other deck. In the fifth deck, we will have Soviet US tokens. I think Socialist played it so well against J King, who had a perfect start there. Red Devils turn 1 into the front line, H39 on board, but Socialist could still recover from this. So overall, a kind of greedy looking list there with 2 Alliance, 2 We Can Do It, but it performed so well, and you have a good potential to just flood the board, make your unit survive, and overwhelm your opponent.
Awesome, so a cool lineup, but we have seen it a few times already. J King's lineup we've also seen, but it's fairly different. If we take a look at J King's decks now, you see J King bringing not the Jet prototype everyone else has brought. We'll start from left, we'll go to right. So we have got this push OTK deck. I expected this to be a little bit scarier than it was and a little bit stronger, but we did see it pop off fairly early a couple times. And then I think versus Thanatron, he got this push combo on sort of like turn 8, turn 9, and just obliterated the HQ, doing 21 damage. Yeah. This feels like it should be really reliable and it should be super scary, but without cards like a Lend-Lease and these sort of old big draw engines, it does struggle to draw a little bit more than it used to if you can't find these Crusaders. This is why we see one copy of Arctic Convoy in the deck. This helps J King find these Crusaders. The next deck we have is the sort of evolution of Jagro. It's slowed down a little bit. We've got cards like Panzer Grenadiers in here now, which give us a 35T and a combined arms. This gives us excellent mid-game and late game, with also a lot of reach as well. We do also see Take Liberty in here, which is a new card. Both players shuffle their hand into their deck and draw 4 new cards. So it's behaving similar to Enigma, both being 4K orders, but this can reduce your opponent's hand size by a significant amount if you're playing against control or combo, as they will have a big hand and you'll have a small hand, and then you both go to 4 cards. So it can be really powerful, and this card is something to look out for. Next deck, US Frontline. Like you say, every player has a US Frontline deck. J King bringing these SWGs, the swag artillery, as we've been calling it, and they've proven to be quite a threat. He has these in the Jagro deck as well as in the next deck. I think 3 of his decks have got these, and it's proven to be a threat, but it's also shown that it's not necessarily game over the moment your opponent drops one. We saw one being a real threat against Socialist in their last series, where there was this swag sitting in the back line hitting tokens, but because it suppresses before it does damage, you still have to attack twice to kill a token. And with 4 HP, it can be difficult to kill, but with only 1 damage on the return, if you do reach a unit to that back line and you can manage to hit it, you don't lose too much on the backswing. But overall, it seems like a very solid card and a good addition to all of the decks we've seen it in so far. This next deck is Germany-Soviet High Roll. This one is super scary. Socialist has said he's worried about these aggressive rush decks, so I'm expecting this one to get banned. So I don't want to spend too long on it, but the essential game plan is to play a turn 1 war production. into a Panzer Grenadier or an autocannon or something like this and just get this massive early lead and snowball from there. And then our fifth and final deck from J King is a Soviet Italy deck. J King being a long-time Soviet control player, this is very much J King's home ground here and very much an old school sort of control deck with only a few cards from the expansion in it, such as Depths of Winter, which is just such a strong AoE card.
Yeah, so J King just took the proven decks out of the old meta, so to say, and just spiced them up with some of the very, very good new cards, just as Depth of Winter. And what do you think? What are both players probably going to ban from each other?
Yeah, I think for Socialist, I would ban this German-Soviet high-roll deck from J King.
Makes sense, yeah.
I think it's very scary. It can suffer a little bit in the matches against other quick decks, as you don't have that much card draw. Marder was a really important card draw piece for these sort of war production high-roll decks, and they just don't have that anymore. So card draw can be a little bit of a dodgy area, but I think it's still really, really scary, and I think Socialists will struggle to keep up with this. As for what to ban from J King, I'm really not sure.
Let's find out. I think we have the bans ready. And
Socialist and J King both losing their Germany decks. This is Germany high roll from J King, as we expected, getting banned. And then this is the Jet prototype deck, which has been more consistent than players expected it to be. And this 7 attack fighter can get on a lot of work very quickly. I think this may fall off in popularity as players adapt to this. But I don't think anyone came here expecting to need counters to this card. So it's a little bit of a card which has snuck up on us, and people aren't running cards like 52k, for example, or guards, which are just such neat ways of answering this.
It's actually also pretty hard to play around it these days. Wirbelwind is gone. Any guard, there's a potential that is just getting suppressed by a 0k duress. So it is actually a really valid deck in this current meta.
This duress has been way stronger than I thought it would be. You know, this 0k silencer unit, I didn't think it would be that impactful. I thought it would be okay, but a little bit like these other USA orders for 0k. I'm not overwhelming force, I believe it is.
The US usage, or however it is called.
There's the USAC, but there's also overwhelming force, which gets rid of things like guard, ambush, destruction, and all these things, and reset something attack. To me, this and duress read very, very similar. But duress seems to just be so much more versatile. You can get something like a sexton with duress. You can get rid of so many core units, which are offering such big threats. So this card has been really powerful in this deck. And like you say, you don't feel that safe behind your guards, because you'll be sitting behind a guard and you think, you know, I'm safe. I've got my wall of defenses. Duress comes down. You lose your guard. You take 7 damage. Before you know it, you've lost the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why it's really a reasonable pick to ban here. And also, as you said, this high roll deck from J King. We just saw against Standardtron what happens if you don't ban it. We just had turn 1 swag on board.
Yeah.
And from there on, you can just snowball. Sure, if you have answers to this early on, can maybe get possession of the front line, deal with these artilleries. I think it's very, very hard. I think Socialist also mentioned it while watching this match. This deck struggles to just come back once it falls behind in the mid game. But this is not how this deck is what this deck is supposed to do, right? It's just there to have the turn 1 pressure on, and from there on you just snowball and overwhelm your opponent and hope he's not having the answers in time, and you just kill him in the mid game.
I mean, you have so many 3k cards to play. For this, we're counting Panzer Grenadier, this veteran guy that flips in the front line and gives you extra credits. We're counting that as a 3-drop because it is technically a 2-drop, but it has blitz and 1 operation cost, so he's still costing 3 credits to use him. And you've got 4 war productions, which means you just need to find a war production. If you can find this one war production, you have the tools to utilize it. And there's so many strong plays to do with a turn 1 war production there that's going to be worryingly consistent for your opponent. And also, these decks that we're seeing from our opponent, they don't really have the reach or the removal to answer these threats the moment they come down. The SWGs have been really difficult for people to reach and kill. We've seen a lot of work being put into reaching these. But even this 2-3 Panzer Grenadier, there's not really anything you can... Red Dawn is, I think, the only card here that can answer this on turn 1. There are a couple of sudden strikes, but you have to be going second to use that. And that's quite good if you can get it, but this deck that's running Sudden Strike, this Jet prototype deck, it's just been banned across the board. Everyone keeps getting rid of this. And I'm just worried about people's ability to keep up with this deck. So it makes a lot of sense that Socialist is banned. I think that's absolutely the correct choice. Looking at the decks which are left, who do you think has the advantage deck-wise? Obviously, there's a lot more to it. What matchups get hit, who brings what when, and player skill, and also just a little bit of RNG are all very important. But just purely looking at the 4 decks, who do you think might have the advantage?
So, starting into this World Championship, when we just did our first testing of the decks, I was really convinced that this Japan-US deck from Socialist is like his Achilles heel. And yet somehow J-King banned it in the previous round. And now Socialist has to play it because it's not banned. And I had a really... sure, he won with it yesterday against Tenetron, but a lot of things came together there. First of all, he just had a really good curve there. He just found the 33rd, which helped him a lot finding the tools. He found the ramp. Tenetron constantly playing into 33rd, giving him even more draw. But if he's not able to do this, if he's not finding the ramp, if he's not finding the draw, and he needs to find specific combo pieces, this deck is unable to win against a lot of J-King's decks. And I think this might be the deck that loses Socialist the World Championship title. But we're going to see. We are going
We're seeing it straight away.
into the first match. He wants to bring it through.
Oh,
he
but
wants
it's
to have
a
it.
difficult matchup. You're up against a deck with a lot of healing and a lot of guards, as well as some good direct removal, which kind of takes away your ability to do attacks over multiple turns.
That's exactly what J-King was looking for, to target a deck like this in the first match. And we're going to see. Maybe I'm proven wrong here, but look at Socialist's hand. Already not too much good stuff there. No ramp. He has a duress. He has the 1 credit. What is that name? Let me find out. Do you have it?
No, I was watching you.
It's Supply Priorities.
There you go.
That is the new card. That is whether dealing 1 damage to all units on board, or fully healing all units on board.
Yep, and that is, when you say all units, you mean all units.
Both
players' units will be healed or damaged. So you have to be slightly careful to not accidentally kill your own or actually repair one of your opponent's units. The first time someone played against this card from me, they repaired all my units. I thought, oh, thank you, that's very nice of you. J-King having a very strong hand here. Brings irregulars, just a solid guard for buying lots of time. And this Petliakov, also a very solid card. Socialist with a fairly slow hand, like you say, no ramp and not too many combo pieces. This Dragon Slayer is quite a scary unit to drop on curve, but with Lion for a Day and guards available for J-King, I doubt it will ever reach the face.
J-King has really good tools in hand already to deal with what is coming there from Socialist. And for those of you who just tune in right now, this is the finals. It will be a best of 7, so whoever gets to 4 wins is our new World Championship. And it will be Socialist or J-King 3 times in a row. We'll see. I'm really excited to see how the games are going. So far, a really good start here for J-King into this first match. And Socialist already looking for answers with this deck. As I said, usually this is what your hand is looking like. You have no ramp, you have like mediocre stuff to play. Not even going for the Dragon Slayer yet, knowing that J-King has a lot of stuff in the deck to get rid of it.
Also with this Petliakov on board, cancelling out the deployment effect, the Dragon Slayer would just be the original copy.
It would just be a 4-3, yeah. Like the veteran effect here is a deployment effect.
Now, if you're playing this BM13, it's a difficult position because there's nowhere you can put it to avoid it being hit by bombing raids. You have to think to yourself, would I rather have the 3 damage to my face or would I have it to the Brennan's Irregulars? I agree with this move of putting it on the Irregulars instead. We do see Bolster now available. Socialist Hand looking slightly better than it was before. If you can save this Duress and use it on this 7th Alpini and prevent J-King from healing, there's the possibility that Socialist is going to do some big damage fairly early on, assuming J-King doesn't find any tools like an Engineer that would counteract this.
Dragon Slayer coming down here as a 6-4. What do we expect J-King to do? Is he just playing the line for a day, since he still has Naval Brigade and Sickle on hand to get rid of another big fighter?
It does feel unnecessary to eat up the line for a day on something that can't even hit you right now, as there is guard on your HQ.
I mean, a 0 credit duress is possible every time, and then
It's always possible.
Duress is 0 credits, so if Socialist has a Burst of Fire bolster here, that is already for, how much is it? 18 damage.
Yeah, it's a
This
lot of
turn,
damage.
it's possible. So it's kind of a risky play to keep this alive. Jaking kind of realizing maybe he needs to, be a little bit greedy here. Let's call it greedy and just leave it on board so you have better answers later on. Because as you said, right now you have a Bryansk. The Feared is also just providing you some healing. And it's not too likely that your opponent is killing you this turn, although it could be possible.
Trading into the Fear, a surprising move there. I was expecting maybe a trade into the Irregulars and a bombing raid on the Fear, but prioritizing killing the artillery instead.
Yeah,
Putting
probably
Jaking
thinking
back
I have
onto
to duress
play.
for the Bryansk,
Yeah.
so I don't need to care too much about this.
Here comes the 7th Alpini, probably one of the strongest duress targets in the deck, other than maybe something like a KV. 33rd Recon, finally some draw for Socialist. You can use this with supply priorities to do a little bit of damage to this sort of winter warfare combo, but without the Soviets needing to be here.
And also without hitting the HQ as well.
I think you'd
Not that
rather hit the HQ.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
could, yeah.
If you're Socialist here, you kind of would prefer to...
Caesar Sendai. Sendai could take out this Alpini and force Jaking to use a removal piece to get rid of it and claim back his guard, but...
Oh, Pelyakov is a great answer to Sendai.
Certainly is. We do see, though, this Empire of the Sun in hand for Socialist, which it could be very relevant this match. Socialist holding on to this duress until it's needed. I like this. If you play it too early, then maybe Jaking just deploys a bigger threat or a bigger problem, and you've already wasted it. With these 0 credit cards, there's no point playing them until you need them.
Absolutely. You can play them whenever you need them, and there's no... Oh my god, the Burst of Fire.
There's
Here's
the Burst of Fire and the Hien, yeah.
Unfortunately for Socialist, no ram card found so far, so he needs to curve out regularly into this combo.
You could duress this bomber and then go for the Sendai on the guard. If you duress the Petliakov, it loses this anti-deployment effect ability, which would allow Sendai to once again come in and do some work. The only problem is, if your Sendai gets killed, there's once again this Alpini covering the HQ.
And another problem is you don't have the duress accessible to
Exactly.
remove guard units. So kind of a problematic situation here for Socialist. And I'm excited to see how he solves this problem. What can he even do? I mean, you really need to take care of this Alpini, but he's just
Was
passing.
that just a pass? I'm very surprised to not see a duress on this Alpini.
He did this before. He just... but yeah, what else can he do?
But when he did this before, it was versus Thanatron on Brittany. Thanatron had so much HP that the game was over.
I mean, what would have been the play here? He cannot really do anything.
I mean, you can duress this guy in the front line just to stop the healing. But again, it's awkward. You want duress to open up the route for hitting HP.
Jaking bringing in the healing, and that's what we just saw could be a big problem for Socialist here. If your opponent gets himself over a threshold here on HP health, it's so hard to push out the damage with this OTK list from Socialist. And this combined with some guard units, it's even more problematic.
I'd like to see Socialists starting to try and use up these cards in hand to make space for the Empire of the Sun as well. I feel like you need hand space to play this card. And right now, you just don't have it. This Hien combo is a 10 credit combo. I don't think it's worth holding on to this necessarily. You do need to do some things between here and there.
Jaking constantly shipping away from
Finds
Socialist.
a very strong card off the top.
Ooh, this combined.
Scouting party plus supply priorities, able to draw a lot of cards, get a glimpse into Jaking's hand, only looks at a bloody sickle.
That 3-card draw will refill Socialist's hand here.
To the last man could be a big fight.
Oh, finally finding the ramp.
But he's down to 12 HP.
Can he even go for the ramp here? He's just overdrawing.
And you don't have much choice. What else are you going to play? You can't play any of the deployment effects.
Yeah, you can play the Raiding Brigade.
Versus Petliakov?
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah. So I thought you said you can. I was like,
No,
are you sure about that?
No, I'm not that stupid. I'm stupid, but not that stupid.
I was like, you haven't thought this through very far. You kind of have to go for the war bonds, but you're so low on HP, and Jaking will be able to get you down to 4 HP and then finish the game.
So Socialist runs 2 copy of Island defense. If he can manage
Finds
to...
a KV.
Oh my god.
Socialist is going to be falling in range of this winter offensive. Socialist has to find a way to put Jaking down to 4 HP as well as getting rid of the board.
KV will deal 4 damage since there was a Ball Burns last turn.
You're right, War Bonds.
That's Socialist being down to 4.
But with the Winter Warfare, causing the
oh wait,
draw
it's
for
double draw
Jaking,
from the Recons!
going down to 1 HP. And then the
No,
double
it's
draw.
lethal from the
yeah,
War
with the War
Bonds.
Bonds.
Oh, what is
Jaking finding the path to victory.
the Winter Warfare on the 33rd? What a top deck KV1 there.
That was amazing.
Bubbles?
It was so cool that I instantly forgot about the War Bonds. No, you just told me. You told me the War Bonds. I'm like, you're right. Double damage from the War Bonds. And then he plays it out my mind, just like that. I instantly forgot.
Oh my god, what was that first match into this best of 7? I'm not sure if I can do this for potentially 7 games.
That's fine. We can sub you out. We'll get, Thanatron in here.
I'm a little bit sad Ollie left, so he could just jump in for
Ollie,
one match
I
here
don't
too.
know if the stream ever saw, but we did get a couple hugs from Ollie Crummy here. One of our favourite people in the world.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah.
And going into match number 2 here. Jaking with an impressive first match. Yeah, and as we just said, this Japan deck, Socialist, just switching to frontline this time.
But look at these openers for both players. Both
Yeah.
players having extremely strong hands. Hello.
Hello. We also have strong hands. Hey,
Yeah.
I just wanted to show my strong hands. Why do you switch away?
I thought we were the show then. I thought we are the show after all.
Yeah, I think there was
We
some
see
miscommunication at the...
Jaking letting Socialist take the front line, not going for the Yokosuka, hoping that Socialist would move up the Red Devils, allowing him to go for the Yokosuka, getting 3 attack on it, killing the Red Devils. But Socialist having the 35T. Sorry, Jaking taking out the 35T now. Socialist able to secure the front line and maybe even buff this up with a PIR.
And there we go. There's
Oh,
a
the
50%
greedy
chance.
PIR. It's not a...
Oh.
This PIR is so greedy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but with the swag, it wouldn't matter because Greyhound blitzed that up, hit with the Greyhound and the Red Devils. He can't do this now. He had the opportunity to kill these artillery as they came down, but this greedy PIR.
But Hellcat is a good
Hellcat
way
is a
to
great
do
answer.
it next turn.
5th Rangers does get bricked, but there is a point to putting it into the front line just to have these stats in the front line and enable your Shermans and not lose the front line. Hits for 1, gets it down to 3. This allows the Red Devils to finish it off. PIR finally sharing some of this buff. Now, you will take away this incredible ability from the Red Devils. However, you do have to spend for the tax once first. Jaking can silence 2 of these units. Suppress 2 of the units and reduce their attack. There will be a 2-2 and a 1-2. And there's this ability from PIR is gone.
I mean, it's still kind of okay.
Considering just going for the honourable death. But this might help Socialist find a Sherman. And if Socialist finds a Sherman, he's able to keep up this pressure for a lot longer. Finds a 22nd, which is a draw engine. And a 99th. 99th will allow him to take out this swag without really suffering any of the penalties for doing so. 22nd and 99th, both able to come down and then allow Socialist to both draw cards and apply pressure in the same turn. This is a huge hit to Jaking, and Socialist taking a big lead here.
And now we see kind of the disadvantage of this artillery. It's really strong if you can bring out on turn 3. Your opponent is not on the front line. You can just use the Fury ability. But in situations like this, it's only one attack, right? And you can easily remove it.
It feels like it needs the support of a couple other units.
Yeah.
If you have the front line and this artillery, it wins you the game. But when you're in the back foot with no deployment effect, no blitz, it's just a bit too slow.
Absolutely, yes.
Hellcat coming out. Taking out the other SWG. Socialist goes from good to better in this situation here. Just completely outlasting J King on resources. Does have a Stars and Stripes, so if J King overfills the support line, this will be an option. Now this 4k Panzer Grenadier does have Blitz, so able to blitz this out and kill the Greyhound straight away.
Yeah, it's looking quite comfortable here for Socialist, but I think with this...
But look at J King's hand.
Yeah,
3 35Ts and a H39. If Socialist just kills this infantry this turn, these 35Ts are very, very difficult to play.
I mean, look at Socialist hands, it's also not too bad. He has like another 5th Rangers, or 1 5th Rangers available. He has the Panzer Grenadiers. He's still having a well-established board. I think it's an equal game right now. And we just have to see if Socialist can manage to find a Sherman to give him better options in the late game.
He is drawing cards from these 20 seconds though. As long as Socialist can hold the front line, J King is just going to get out-resourced. This war of attrition is slowly turning towards Socialist with each turn, and J King needs to find a way to reach back and deal with it.
I love to see Panzer Grenadiers to the front line here. Since it has 3 health, it's a good way to stop stuff like exactly 35T. Goes for the trade.
I mean, this just disables this 35T in J King's hand. 3 units of the front line, 35Ts don't have any infantry to work with.
Oh, and he finds a Sherman from the 22nd.
Akita is a strong find here for J King. You're happy with this hitting anything but the HQ. You're not too happy about it hitting this 1-1, but you'll take it so long as it doesn't hit the HQ. Able to go for the 35T and the combined arms, but looks like maybe going double 35T.
And attack with Akita, yeah. Oh, he's going for the combined arms. Making a 4-4 out of this.
Makes a 4-4. Do you not trade with the 1-1 first? Yeah, trade with the 1-1 first. This gives you a 1 in 3 chance to buff the 99th.
Wow,
99th buff can go for the value trade again. But Stars and Stripes creeping out of nowhere. I mean, we saw it, but for J King it crept out of nowhere. And just comes through and destroys this backline here. And this looks like it will be the nail in the J King coffin for this match. I struggle to see J King coming back into this now, especially with this Panzer Grenadier in the front line. The pressure is just going to be too much. Take Liberty does offer a way to find some more cards, but this is half your turn to play.
Yeah, it's also not hurting Socialist too much. Sure, he's shuffling the Blitzkrieg back into the deck, but we'll also just...
I mean, even if you both have 4 cards in hand, Socialist has 3 cards on board. He's still got big card advantage.
Exactly, yeah.
And it's difficult. You play SWG and 35T, maybe with a naval operation. That's not enough.
No, then you're out of cards next turn. You only have 1 card now.
Has to go naval supply run trade. Not how you want to be using these cards. Neither of them used to their fullest extent. And Socialist, look how much work this 22nd has done. Such a big hand, and J King just ran out of resources. There was never much point where J King's HQ was being pressured. He just couldn't get the most resources out of this that Socialist can. When this frontline deck takes and holds the front line, it can be really difficult to beat. There's a reason it's called US Frontline. This frontline is the name of the game, and Socialist has held it.
And I think he's going to hold it for much more time here, since J King is not having a good hand. He can give himself 4 new cards next turn, but yeah, I think the board advantage is just too huge for Socialist that I can see how J King ever comes back with this.
And this is one of the things with these SWGs. They're really strong, but when you're behind, they're just not enough.
Providing any value. They're just a 1 attack unit.
Yeah, it may as well be a 1-4 vanilla when you're behind. Overdraws the Akita. You'd have hoped to overdraw your artillery there because you didn't need it anyway, and then you can go Akita, take Liberty. Gonna go for the take Liberty anyway. But with this board state, I can't see much which would help. You need like an old Desperate Measures.
Yeah, this would help. 35T is not too bad.
2 expansions.
Oh
my lord. 2 expansions. J King essentially only getting 2 cards out of that.
He is able to clear the front line, but there's just more to come there from Socialist.
With double 35T in hand, as well as this Engineers in the backline for J King, Akita hitting face, not hitting any of the units.
Even worse.
And that should be game, right? move up this Engineers, double 35T, then you go for this Sherman as well, and then that's lethal.
That's exactly
Socialist
lethal.
taking it to a 1-1,
Nice.
finding the win on US Frontline. Probably one of the most consistent decks in this tournament.
Yeah, it's so good to just, after you just lost the first match, to just... I think that might be the reason why he switched, because Frontline usually, yeah, has a good matchup against a lot of decks, and it's easy to just find a way into this finals here, just equaling the score. We have a 1-1 score now. Both players still have access to 3 of the decks, and I'm excited to see what will be the next one. J-King sticks with Jagro. Socialist switches to the Fighter OTK deck again.
Does find a couple nice tools for fighting against Jagro. Has the Raccoon and the Scouting Party available.
I recognize it. I recognize what he did. Also the Honorable, and
Did he just put a Heian back, find a Heian?
he put a Heian back, yeah, and he just found another one. He has
Yeah.
2 copies in the deck.
You
And-
can, I believe you can find the same card you put back,
I think
right?
you can do this one as well, but I think this was the other one,
Yeah.
not the one that he put back.
How can you tell?
Yeah,
Just have your ways.
yeah.
You just know.
I just know. I just saw it.
Goes for the trade. Finds himself a supply priorities. Really strong card here. Acts a little bit like a Toro in this matchup.
Yeah, that's a really good find against Jagro. A lot of these units have 1 HP, so this is probably the best answer you can find.
J-King looks like he might deploy multiple units to the front line. The question is, do you go for this AoE now, or do you take a few more hit points and try and get the Scouting Party value? I think considering how little draw is available, there's the other here, I think... Considering how little draw is available for Socialists, yeah, you go for the Scouting Party. Does
Yeah,
get
yeah.
to see an expansion. Raiding Brigade are going to come out and take out one of these Signal Regiments, shutting down one of these card draws here for Socialists. But you should still be able to get 2 cards out of this. Unless J-King decides to go for the trade.
Oh,
I
looks like
think
he
you do go for the trade.
We just saw what happened yesterday when you let this deck draw a lot.
Here we
And
go.
now we might get the double draw
Goes
out
for
of
the
it.
face damage, yeah.
Go supply priorities first.
Gets the draw. Takes out 2 of J-King's units. Is down to 15 just through these units on J-King's side attacking. However, cards like this H39, they're not as scary for this deck from Socialist. He doesn't mind quite as much.
As long
35
as they are not supported by Type 93 and
Exactly.
just get additional damage, I think Socialist does not care too much about this.
This Naval Supply run, a strong find here. Take Liberty, possibly the best card against combo.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Socialist-
but double ramp here found from Socialist. Warburns into... War Machine into Warburns.
Is he going to have the cards left, though? I'd be interested to see if J-King goes for the Take Liberty this turn. I think you want to wait till post-War Bonds, because right now your opponent's going to draw 2 cards anyway.
Yeah.
So let them get the War Bonds. Hope it doesn't discard this Naval Supply run.
And J-King with maximum pressure here. Look at this.
It's a lot of pressure.
Threatening lethal for next turn. And this just shows how explosive Jagro still is.
It
with this,
really
with
is.
this new prototype Type 94. This card is so insane. And
Socialist in a difficult spot here.
yeah, I don't see how he...
Just going for the ramp. Say,
he
you know
just-
what? This is what I
he
had.
just gave up.
And 2-1 to J-King, but still a long way to go. First of 4 wins, takes this home and becomes the 2023 World Champion.
I mean, I think Socialist kind of just expected to lose this. As he just said, he's really afraid of decks that have the potential to be very aggressive early on, since you only have the supply priorities and your Scouting Party. Other than that, you don't have real removal, so he kind of expected it. And now I think against the Brit-Soviet push OTK or US Frontline, you're maybe in a better spot, but I honestly
I
doubt
think
it.
this Brit-Soviet deck is his main target for it. I think he keeps expecting J-King to bring this because he really wants to snipe this deck. And switches up again. We now have tokens against OTK. This can be a difficult matchup for tokens, as this OTK deck has a lot of ways of stalling you out, and it does have lots of monsoon supply shortages. It's not unwinnable if J-King has a rough time finding his combo pieces. However, this deck from J-King is very well built. I imagine it's going to be you know, very much in Jaking's favor.
And with 2 sickles in hand and the supply shortage, I think Jaking is kind of feeling quite comfortable here.
This is the matchup you were hoping for with Fighter OTK as well. So if Jaking wins this, there's no way of getting this Fighter OTK deck against this, and you then have to win on Fighter's OTK against US Frontline, which is difficult.
Absolutely. Another very explosive deck that can just flood the board, and you don't have, other than supply priorities, not really good removal. So I struggle a little bit to see how Socialist turns this series around, but he's not out yet, and anything can happen, as we just saw earlier. Gets a good amount of tokens on board, but I expect Jaking to instantly remove them to not give them the chance to
I feel like
get buffed.
Sickle
Double
over
sickle
supply
is a way here,
shortage.
sure.
Yeah.
Hold back the supply shortage for later.
I mean, finds the 3rd sickle.
Look at the thumbs up. Did you just see it? He just
Nice.
did this in the camera. He's really happy about
Gonna have
seeing
to
the
emote
3rd
that.
sickle there. And Socialist not having light infantry left in the hand.
Has to go for a line of engagement. It's a very strong card. You get 3 light infantry for 2 credits, but 2 of them are already deployed for you.
Exactly, and for 3 credits you get 1 in the front line and 2 in your support line, which is not too bad.
Crusader and supply shortage, both options here. Now, gonna let these get buffed a little bit, confident that he can take them out. Finds the 3rd supply shortage. So JK, no shortage of supply shortage.
It's interesting to see that he just left those on board without having Monsoon Rod accessible now and having another supply shortage in the back line. So
I mean, you've got pin in hand, you've got also draw with this Crusader. The Crusader's not really under any threat. You do need to be careful to not put a 3rd unit down.
But we just saw earlier what happens if you leave tokens on board. And
It can become a problem.
It can become a huge problem.
J King needs to not put Honey down, or J King will get hit by a huge Stars and Stripes. This will take out Honey and Crusader.
Yeah, he might realize, and he's thinking about it.
I know that face. That's him looking at the deck list and he's working out the odds for Stars and Stripes. He's now worked out that the odds are low, and he's going to put it down, assessing the risk to be low. So I read minds. That's my other job.
You're really good at this, yeah.
And now here comes the Stars and Stripes, and you will see J King's reaction when he realizes the odds were not in his favor.
Okay, I'm waiting for it. Oh,
That was
kind of
underwhelming.
That was really underwhelming.
Can we go and poke him? Someone get him.
Can we send messages to those players that have headset on? We
message them
just
on
need a
Steam.
better reaction.
We're trying our best here.
Oh man, J-King. Oh, there's the Monsoon Rod.
But do you drop it this turn? It's only 3 tokens. Looks like he's highly considering it as
At this point, you have to do it, right? There is a potential alliance. There's potential another we can do it.
But you've got 21 health. You're not going to die this turn. These already have supply shortage on it. Finds the second Monsoon Rod. You've got to go for this one. It's even reduced. It's 1/3 off. It's 33% off.
He doesn't care. I mean, at this point, where you found the second one, and it's only costing 4, I think you don't play it now. Even if your opponent plays stuff like Varnovici, if he's buffing the alliance, you don't care. You can just do the wombo combo and the board is clear. You just play another guard here and play it slow. Maybe your opponent is over-committing a little bit with playing more tokens into it, then you get even more value out of it. So I think at this point, okay, you just wait.
Is that an Industrial Might in Socialist's hand? Because I do believe he has Industrial Might, no surrender combo. 7 credits, you get 4 tokens and draw 4 cards.
But you overdraw with this, right?
Yeah, you don't do it this turn.
Yeah, not
I
this
just
turn.
mean-
But he potentially has it in hand, yeah.
Which could be very powerful against J King.
Unfortunately, the alliance is the only good buff order here. Oh my god, what?
Is he going for
He's
it?
going for draw. No, he's
Going
what?
for the Unity of Strength.
Okay.
Oh no.
But why?
The supply shortage and Monsoon are available, hoping to take out these guards and start killing them.
I mean,
He's just going for pressure. He's saying if J King has this, J King has this.
he's not able to play it because the cost reduction is only for 1 turn. So J King forced to pin it with naval power, He just has another naval power. So
But it already had supply shortage on it.
Oh, you're correct.
But he can do it next turn. He just pinned it. The reason his supply shortage was still the correct move there because you want to take out the swarm of tokens. Unity's already come out. That's not a problem anymore.
Baranovici on board.
Line of engagement comes out.
Look at this.
4-4 in the front line.
And the 5-5. But
And finds... Oh no, he already had that in hand. I'm like Ollie, I'm getting excited over things that are already here. It has blitz!
he has the industrial might!
Okay, here we go. Both players with big hands now. 2 alliances in hand for Socialist, as well as this close combat. Able to do a lot of damage very quickly, but J King is going towards supply shortage at Monsoon combo. I don't think you put more units down.
And the way J King plays it, I think Socialist might just assume he's not having Monsoon Rod in hand. It might go even...
Yeah, but the main thing I'm thinking here isn't Monsoon Rot, it's the fact that I've seen 2 supply shortages already. Does he have the third one in hand?
He's only playing 3-1, right?
Let me check for you real quick. Yeah, he's only...
Three of
no, he's
them,
running
yeah.
4, he's running 4.
He's running 4, okay.
So you think there's like a 50-50 chance he has this third one in hand?
Yeah, but what do you do if you're a Socialist? You just wait. I think you don't spend any more tokens into this. You just leave it like that.
But you've got so many tokens as well that maybe you don't mind. I think you leave it there. You're not going to overdraw.
You could play 1 alliance maybe for maximum pressure. Or you just go
5
Mithers.
or third's fine.
Yeah.
5 damage to face, puts Jaking under range. Finds the second push. 2 pushes. Now just needs the red dawns.
But he needs 3 of them. With Socialist being
Socialist
at 23 health.
But you got a bloody sickle. What's that? That's 2 extra damage. That doesn't help. If he finds another bloody sickle or a winter warfare, that will do it as well.
Oh yeah, I forgot about Bloody Sickle. That's correct.
But bloody sickle's only 2 extra damage because it's 2 pushes.
Yeah.
You need winter warfare, which will be 3 extra damage.
Oh, look at this.
Oh my lord! Look at these tokens.
The refill and J King not too happy about it.
Doesn't have the Monsoon combo. Is able to go Monsoon into Bloody Sickle, but that only takes out 1 token, and they will be buffed up again. Are we going to see tokens taking it home? Finds a Red Dawn.
Not good enough. And since he played the draw first now, not able to play Monsoon Rod, Bloody Sickle pin.
But there are a couple draws left.
And look at Socialist hand. He has double alliance.
Double alliance and close combat. Close combat is 3 extra damage.
So he's probably playing
There's
1 alliance, 1 close combat.
Commonwealth, not what J King needs right now.
J King needs to spend the Red Dawn.
I mean,
to kill a token.
you can go alliance, close combat, and just hit face for so much damage. You can go frontal if you need, yeah. Just do you want to put all your resources in?
The question is, how much health is J King having?
Right now,
oh, 31. Okay,
yeah.
this is not enough. He's having 7.
Finds a second close combat.
11.
Second close combat.
That should be
Alliance,
enough.
close combat.
That's plus
frontal
8.
Assault. Oh my god! Look at the size of these infantry.
Look
Each
at
one
J
going
King.
up. J King.
Can't believe it! Look at this.
Tokens. From 30 to nothing in 1 turn. Tokens.
Oh my
Take it against push
lord.
OTK. Taking it to 2-2. And this Brit deck has to come again. There is now the possibility for this Japan fighter deck to play against this Brit deck, which we weren't expecting.
I really love how Socialist is piloting this tokens deck. I think...
What, drawing close combats off the top?
No, not just
No,
that.
I'm kidding. He's playing really well on this deck.
He just made it really hard for J King to just fell the correct decisions there.
I mean, this is the thing. When you're up against a good tokens player, you will be feeling like you're running out of resources so often. And that's what we saw there. J King ran out of resources and just wasn't able to keep up with these tokens.
Yeah, he only had access to 2 supply shortages this game. And
He had 3, and he couldn't keep up with them. 3 supply shortages and 2 monsoon rods, and there were still too many tokens to keep up with.
Insane. I mean, that's the thing with tokens, right? Usually, if you don't contest them, and if you give just space on the board to just flood the board, they can just... Yeah, as we just saw, this Baranovici also did a great job there, just making them even bigger without spending more.
Socialist did such a good job with his resources.
Absolutely.
Being really conservative, not using his buffs until he needed to get the damage out of them, holding back things like Alliance. Now we see Britain versus Japan, the matchup Socialist would have been looking for.
Oh, but look at his hand. What is this? 1 Shirin and 2 bolsters and an island defense. I mean, to be fair, he has
Island defense is good for stopping push combo.
he has a good amount of time here. He's not under pressure like he is against aggressive deck. So I think he has time to find options here. First of all, I think he wants to find ramp, and then he wants to find burst of fire potentially. Although he's having a Shirin right now, which is already having fury for itself. So we kind of have to see here. J King starting with a Bryansk on his end.
Dude, my heart from that close combat off the top is still beating. That was... I mean, it's good that my heart's still beating, although I'd be dead, but you get what I mean. I'm still... I haven't calmed down yet.
What?
That was...
Your heart is beating?
I know, people think I have a cast iron heart, but... Crusader... 2 of them available for J King. One would get taken out by this raiding brigade. You're not expecting this to come out pretty much immediately, but Socialist does also have these honourable deaths. So Crusaders are on
Kind of
borrowed
risky,
time.
yeah.
Yeah.
Especially
And
when you have a
also,
convoy in hand.
Duress just takes out a Crusader. It's just a 2-3 tank.
Yeah, it makes sense for J King, especially if you have a convoy, to just hold back.
Island defense, putting Socialist
Crusader.
up.
Yeah,
Making-
Socialist knows he's never going above
Yeah.
10 here, so I can play it instantly and just get the healing and make it harder for J King to pull off the combo.
Putting down the Crusader, drawing 1 card from it, you typically want 2 to 3 cards for you to be okay with your Crusader dying afterwards.
Southern plan found from Socialist.
Can you go for it this turn, though? You sort of need to take out this Crusader. Just goes for the Southern plan. Puts J King back down on credits and ramps him south.
Yeah, J
Very
King can play
powerful
max
here.
2 orders here, and I think you can take the risk. Just for having the credit advantage, you get the the damage for your...
Go on, you got
It's
this.
late already. You get the ramp for yourself.
Yeah.
You just deny your opponent 1 credit, and in the future of this match, this will have a big impact, I guess. Just slowing down J King. Try a
Trying to
lot
get
here.
Socialist down a bit. If you can get him to 21 or under, this means the combo is once again killing Socialist with push.
Really unfortunate. I think Socialist is killing one of the Bryansk. Oh, I expected to...
What, and then the double trade?
And then a double trade.
I sort of, but surely when you play... No, yeah, you're right.
Like, the guards are one of your biggest problems.
Yeah, and the guards, they do damage to units that have damage to them. The raiding hasn't done any damage to it.
Exactly.
Finds a Red Dawn. I don't think you play that this turn. Yeah, go for the supply shortage. Oh, Socialist finding some amazing cards.
That is a huge ASW.
Just go for the SW, yeah. Hit whichever one is left. And goes up to 11 credits. 11 to 5 on credits. But
Ooh,
finds the first push.
first pushy for J King.
But a Socialist on 24 health, I don't see this push combo ending the game anytime soon.
It has to be push Commonwealths, maybe. So maybe J King needs both of his win conditions to just deal enough damage.
Especially with this second island defense in Socialist's hand, Socialist is going to be able to go up to 30 health.
Not the easiest matchup here for J King.
Considering just going for the Arctic Convoy, I believe will overdraw 1 card, probably hoping it's the Pioneers in hand and the Honey overdrawn.
I mean, Honey is also super strong
They're
because it
both
enables
really
just the Commonwealths. You just go Commonwealths and do the final push combo
I think
after
you just have to
that.
naval support then. Naval support to clear hand space. Going for the Arctic Convoy first.
He has Pioneer Company and Honey left, right?
Gets Pioneer in hand.
Oh, exactly what you said.
Overdraws the Honey. Notice that he tried to play the Pioneers quickly, hoping he could play it before the Honey overdraws. I mean, Honey's a strong card, but you do have fortifications and other sources of healing in the deck. I don't think you're too fussed about losing this Honey here.
Socialist, 12 credits, but not really any good play. He needed 13 credits to play Sendai, and then...
I mean, Island Defense and not Scouting Party, saving Scouting Party for supply priorities kind of surprises me, as J King doesn't have many ways of dealing with it. J King looking to pin his own Pioneers. A little bit of friendly fire here.
just to get the draw in. Doesn't matter too much. Those Pioneers stay there anyways. Oh, it's not just... look at this. Not just pinning, now he's also damaging them.
These poor guys.
They just showed up from the Arctic convoy and just got slapped into the face here by J King.
I think playing a supply shortage is fairly sensible. My only worry is if you've used all your supply shortages and all your monsoon rots just to clear hand space, Socialists then can just play these fighters carefree. So you do have to be a little bit careful to have answers to these fighters.
Yeah, like usually... Jake
finds the second push.
Oh my god. Yeah, but still.
Still a long way off. However, there are 3 Red Dawns available in J King's deck. And this increases the damage to 25.
Still 5 off, but it's a good fact to know. But I think he might go Commonwealth first and then do the push combo.
Sorry, 27.
Okay, but still,
yeah, it's still
same
off.
result, yeah, but...
It's 27, but if you have a Winter Warfare, it goes up to 30. So, triple Red Dawn, Winter Warfare, double push is 30 damage. So those are the tools he needs. J King in a really awkward position. I feel like I would have loved to see this naval support when he had the opportunity, because this is pin enemy unit. You can't pin your own units with this.
Yeah, and since...
Is he overdrawing more? Oh my god, J King's destroying his deck here. Bloody sickling his own guys again.
They already regret that they just...
It's alright, he's going to sickle the other ones now.
Can you imagine they just stood all in a line and this Pioneer just used his elbow to get in front of the honey, and now this is what he gets for it? This poor guy. Okay.
Timely supplies into a naval power. Look at J King's hand. Oh my god. You can kill the Brianx Irregulars or the Pioneer and cause more overdraw here. It's J King going to face fatigue this match.
You just go for honorable and slam down your first... You shouldn't bolster. Wait, what?
Well, getting rid of the Pioneers, it's so important to J King's deck. You can get rid of this guard later.
But you're sitting at 30 HQ, why not start chipping away?
Playing the long game.
So yeah, but with this play, you just force J King also to just spend removal and not cycle through his deck, as he's just doing now.
That's true. It's an interesting point. But I suppose maybe he's worried about getting comboed down very quickly and just wants to get rid of the Pioneers. And if you play a Sendai, that forces some removal from J King as well. My worry is once you have units on board, J King can now finally play these pins.
Yeah.
These naval powers. Gets rid of the Crusader.
Yeah, that makes sense, because now if he plays naval power, he's not doing a lot. He's just making hand space, but not getting the cycle into the deck.
Yeah. I mean, it does have a second Sendai available as well.
J King, not...
You could have just played a Heian, though, and hit the Crusader with a Heian and had a Heian left on board.
Yeah, he probably needs that to ship away the HQ health. Like, look at this.
Well,
J King is also comfortably sitting at 34
It is true,
here.
but we do have Shiden, Heian, Kika left afterwards.
Oh, look. Socialist just found another southern plant, can deny the
Slows
Commonwealth.
down the Commonwealth.
A few more turns here, buys him way more time.
And J King not running Ultra, meaning not something Socialist even has to worry about. Is able to go Red Dawn, push. For
But that also
damage.
brings himself below 30, right?
It does indeed. However, with naval powers, it might be worth getting the damage in while you can.
I think that's what's going on in J King's head right now. He's just doing calculations. What do I have left in the deck?
The only other option is to wait for a Winter Warfare and a Red Dawn to do the whole 30 damage combo.
It's really a tough decision. I think this might be the deciding situation here in this match. Whatever J King is doing now is having a lot of impact on the future of this match.
Pins once.
And
Passes the turn. Socialist needs to start doing some chip damage. You can go Sendai, Shiden, Bolster. Sendai the guard, Shiden and Bolster. You can also just trade with the guard.
Yeah, I mean, or you just
Was
pass.
that a pass?
You just pass. What is he waiting for? That's a big question here.
Duress, I guess, or burst of fire.
Is he just feeling comfortable at 30? What is this match? I mean, he has...
Does he want to bolster the Sendai? Trade with the Sendai?
He's just waiting for it to not be pinned. Why not use it?
There's the other Red Dawn. Just needs a Winter Warfare for the 30 damage.
Can you red on your own units?
Yeah.
There's
good. Burst of fire. Socialist. You got to do something, my friend. J King needs Winter Warfare.
What is going on here?
I think J King has it next turn. Using the honey to attack for 2, and then using the bloody sickle as well. I think that's 11 credits.
3, 6, 9.
11 credits. I think J King has lethal next turn
10.
if Socialist doesn't do something.
Wait, isn't it 13 plus 16? That's 29.
No,
it's 9 plus 10 plus 3, and then 16. So this is 13 plus 16.
That's 29, plus the honey attack.
Plus the honey attack, see?
The honey
That's
attack.
31.
J King has lethal next turn. Socialist needs to do something.
But what can he do? One of his units needs
He
to die as
passes!
well. What?
He passes, giving J King lethal.
Look at J King's face. He's really
You have to
happy
attack
about
with
that.
the honey first.
Yeah. Play this on the Sendai.
Surely he sees the line. You can bloody sickle first, that's okay.
That doesn't matter. Now you play the Red Dawn on the Sendai. Attack with the honey into face.
Then
This
Red
is enough
Dawn-
credits, yeah.
Yes. He sees it.
He sees it.
J King going 3-2. Socialist once again forced to play Japan versus this USA deck.
And J King, 1 win away
Finds it.
from doing
Socialist
the
played
triple
too
World
slow.
Championship
He had to
title.
do stuff quicker.
I don't know what he was waiting for. I'm not sure why he did not remove the guard with the honor roll and then just starting to ship away.
He had so many fighters. He
Yeah,
needed to do
he had
something with
3
them.
fighters in hand. I don't know what the plan was, but J King 1 win away from being the champion one more time.
I mean, you can even, trade into the guard if you want. There's so many options. You've got double bolster, you've got burst of fire. I'm really not sure what cards he was waiting for. You know this J King deck is going to kill you eventually.
Yeah. He gave J King too much time to find the combo
Maybe
pieces.
he just underestimated how much that thing.
That might be the case, right?
I'm
He just
130, I'm fine, but this deck, so much damage.
31 damage, and this honey just making
that
making
honey.
it possible.
Socialist had to kill the honey. And now we see Brit Ramp against Frontline. A good hand here for Socialist, having Quartermasters for draw, Wellington for board congestion, Supply Shortage for AoE, and War Machine for Ramp. This is a really well balanced and powerful hand here. Second War Machine, meaning you can draw off your Quartermasters relatively quickly.
And this is what could be the deciding battle
This
here.
could be it. If J King can take this, that puts J King at a 4-2 and makes J King the 2023 World Champion.
And the hand is looking great here for J King. He has 2 5th Rangers, 2 Shermans, so he's not running out of cards anytime soon. But Socialist also with 2 supply shortage. But the problem with supply shortage in this matchup, all of these units that J King is having in hand have 4 HP. So it would take a lot of turns to just remove them. We might just see half track.
Half track,
To stop the
bouncing
draw.
back the Quartermasters, slowing down Socialist.
Oh my god.
4 credits, hitting for
I-
3.
Already have a feeling we might see it. It might become true.
It's possible.
It's really possible looking at Socialist's hand.
I mean, I feel like you have to play a supply shortage this turn. Ramp plus supply shortage. Is he passing?
No,
Whenever
no.
he takes his hand off the mouse, I get scared.
He can't pass
He
this.
cannot pass. You have to supply shortage. This lowers your Wellington, sets your
Look,
Wellington
you're already
up.
down to 14. How
He's going convoy. What's he looking for?
There's no Monty available, no shelling available. All of these cards just...
This AoE suppress isn't enough.
Look, these 164s with the 99s alone. This is just 0 operation cost, 3-3, constantly dealing 3 damage to turn.
And can you imagine a blitzkrieg from J King? This would end the game in a couple turns.
Yeah, it would be at
Is this
3
it?
if we would have it.
This feels it. Socialist needs some really strong cards here.
I'm not sure what these cards are or should be. You could go double supply shortage
Kitty
now.
Hawk is good. Kitty Hawk is good. Supply shortage, Kitty Hawk. But that's not enough. Because Jakin with Howcat in hand, Greyhound in hand.
He has a Wellington. You can get rid of the
Yeah.
5th Rangers with it.
You can go Wellington Kitty Hawk as well.
I would have loved to see supply shortage last time, because then you could
Yeah,
do
they're
supply shortage
playing
and
too
clear the
slow.
board.
It's you've
Yeah.
got to be quicker.
Yeah. This was... I'm not sure how he's ever recovering from this. This is a really good board here. Look at J King. He's just hoping that there... But
J King is doing his best Darth Vader impression.
don't have answers.
Use the blitzkrieg.
Oh my god. J King really, really close to just doing it 3 times in a row. How is that even possible? Kitty Hawk supply shortage.
Kitty Hawk
No.
Wellington.
Okay, Wellington.
Gets rid of 2 units. Slows J King down, but J King, with the M18 in hand, as well as this Panzer Grenadier, you can get a lot of aggression.
Getting rid of the Wellington. Oh my god.
Socialist finds an ASW, but this isn't going to be enough. I think J King is getting really close to having this. If ASW hits something in the back line, like the 99th,
No!
it's the 99th! J
He's 1
King,
off, isn't he? He's 35T, combined arms, 4,
hits him
7,
with the
10. It's 10, right? No. Can the Greyhound attack as well? 3,
Greyhound is 3.
4. No, he's
Greyhound
1
can't
credit
attack.
off.
He can
He's-
get Socialist down to 1.
Wait, what is the... What is... No.
No. Hellcat is too
Hellcat
expensive.
is too expensive. You can buff it, but then
not-
the
yeah.
then the Panzer Grenadiers cannot attack.
Just put him down to 1.
He's 1
You've
off.
got to put him down to 1. That will do it. 1 will do it.
Yeah, definitely. Like, even if it clears the board, there's the Hellcat, there's the Greyhound. And is there any healing? I don't
Glamour
thi-
Boys.
Oh, Glamour Boys, yeah.
Glamour Boys.
The Glamour Boys.
Sincerely yours. But these are...
I'm just sitting on the
Not
edge of my
enough.
seat here. What is going on?
Don't go for the Hellcat. Go
Don't-
for the 35T. Because
Yeah.
your opponent has info on the 35T. They don't know about the Hellcat. He's about to win and we're criticizing him.
And Socialist. Living
That's
on the
it.
edge here. No way that he clears
that's
the
it,
board.
right?
Yeah. Yeah, even double supply shortage.
J King taking it in a 4-2. Socialist putting up a good fight, getting 2nd place. I gotta wait. I gotta wait. I can't look because I want to see that HQ.
And in the
explode.
end, it just came down to these kind of strange deck, right? This Japan deck did not get through, and this Brit US, if you don't find...
Yeah.
I mean, to be honest, J King had a really aggressive start, and with supply shortage is not really the answer you need, but B24J... Wait. Oh, he's just going face, because
It's
he
face.
knows there's no way I can beat this front line, and J King only needs 1 damage.
And there you go, J King, 3rd time in a row,
Impressive.
World Champion 2023, beating out Socialist, and that was a hell of a series. Some crazy moments. We had this close combat off the top. We had this J King doing 31 damage in a
Yeah.
single turn, and big congratulations to J King for 1st place. Excellent job by all the other players who put in a hell of a fight and didn't make it easy. Jaking got knocked down to this lower bracket, but still able to pull through, able to persevere and take it home for a third time.
This is just impressive, right? It's not like all the other players are trying as well, but this guy's just here for the third time and winning for the third time. How dominant can you be? I mean,
yeah, it's impressive. We'll have to try next year.
Okay, we will try.
Yeah, me versus you in the finals. But yeah, congratulations to Jay King. I think there was some really smooth and excellent plays. Finding this lethal here. Now, I knew he'd find it, but there was part of me that was worried that he'd miss it. There was just this small, like... This
Do you really? No.
No, this tiny bit of my heart. It wasn't he will miss it. It was, what if he misses this?
Yeah, I think this is what is never going to happen. But that's it from us, guys. I hope you enjoyed the show, and we will wrap it up at the host desk with Chris and the rest of the team.
Thank you so much, Spooz, Bubbles. Phenomenal cast there. We have a world champion. It just so happens to be the same world champion as the last two times. Huge shout out to Jay King for taking home $6,000 and the title of 2023 World Champion. I'm joined by Berto. I'm joined by Starry to break some of that down. I mean, Starry, we've talked so much, right, about Socialist wanting to ban the fast decks because of those ramp situations that he had. And going into this, it just seems like Jay King exploited that.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Socialist... As we saw, I kind of said before the match started that I thought that it could be an issue to not be able to ban those fast matchups, specifically for the Bomber deck and the Tony OTK deck. And although Socialist really looked like he had it, especially in that match against the Push OTK, but he never had enough credits where he was comfortable Sendaiing, and because he had one Sendai, it made it so that if he had like two Sendais, then he'd be really weak to Monsoon Rat supply shortage, and if it was just never the right time to go for that OTK. And unfortunately, it looked like he was so close to getting there, but he just wasn't able to.
Right on. So we're actually going to get Jay King in here for the championship interview. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket quickly first, just to take a look at the path that Jay King took here to be crowned the 2023 World Champion. So there you have the bracket. As you see, Jay King winning the best of 7 grand finals after going through the losers bracket here, defeating Leo 3-1, unfortunately falling to Socialist, climbing back up through Thanatron, and then getting his revenge to be crowned the 3-time world champion. We've got that champion here, Jay King. First off, huge congratulations. What an amazing feat. You know, we chatted a bit on Friday. I asked you what it meant to like have that opportunity to do something wild like this, and you know, you've gone ahead and done it. What does it mean to you to be the 3-time back-to-back KARDS World Champion?
I mean, it's still setting in. So it's just insane to me. Like it's not just amazing, but it's genuinely something that I didn't think, not only is it not something I thought I could do, but it's not something that I thought anybody could do really in any card game. There's so much randomness in a game like KARDS, just drawing. I've follow a lot of other professional card games, and I've never seen a back-to-back world champion, as far as I'm aware, let alone back-to-back-to-back. But to me, that really shows just the dedication to this game has really paid off. The countless thousands and thousands of hours I've put into this game has paid off, and it's amazing to be able to do it again here in Iceland.
I think you nailed it. You know, I'm a huge just card game enthusiast as well, and I also have never seen really a back-to-back champion. And again, we talked about it on Friday. You mentioned like the game tape you've watched, the strategy, and you know, we kind of threw a curveball at you with Winter War, where you're like, hey, all this information I have isn't necessarily as meaningful as it might be, and yet nonetheless you came out on top. So I want to break down a little bit of that final series because I have some questions, and I know how good you are. So this first question might seem a bit silly, but I want to ask it anyway, because in the first game, when you dropped the KV1, you went ahead, had the recons draw, dealt 4 damage. The casters are like, oh, that puts him down to 3. Oh, that's going to put him down to 1 with the draw at the beginning of his turn. And then War Bonds hits, and it's game over. I'm going to imagine you had all that calculated in your head. You knew exactly what was happening.
That was that one was actually hard to figure out, not because anybody who's familiar with that interaction is going to be able to say, well, that's not that difficult of a lethal to figure out if you had some time to look at that. But what was difficult is it took all of my credits to do, and I started the turn with the rope going because I'd roped out on the previous turn, and the KV was the top deck. So I had like 20 seconds to figure out, wait, is this lethal? Okay, I'm going to double check this is lethal, because if I play the KV Winter Warfare and it's not lethal, I'm going to lose.
We were talking about that upstairs a little bit as well. Thanatron had made that mention where if you rope out, you have to play something to be able to go ahead and actually turn that clock off, because otherwise, yeah, you're sitting there and you have a very limited amount of time. So you've got that pressure to go ahead and make that call and make that decision. Once we got to game 5, you're setting up that push OTK, and you're playing against another OTK deck, and Socialist is just kind of passing, and then kind of passes their turn again. Were you getting nervous at all, going like, what is he cooking up here? Because this is weird.
Yeah, for sure. And also, he played that game very, very excellently, because I have so many cards in my deck that require him to have units on the board for me to reasonably able to play them. And I also feel like I got rather unlucky with the order I drew my cards in, because as I'm sure the casters would have spoken about this, but I was constantly at 9 cards, needing to figure out how to minimize the number of cards I'm overdrawing, because it was impossible to not overdraw cards in those situations. But it was also, I wasn't worried about dying in a single turn to Socialist. I knew he could do crazy damage, but once I got past a certain threshold, I was pretty confident he couldn't kill me in a single turn. But he would have been able to put me low enough that I wouldn't be able to go for push, I wouldn't be able to go for Commonwealth. So it was really about like finding that balance on how much I want to play it slower versus risk overdrawing things to try to get to my deck, the bottom of my deck sooner.
That was a bit of a dicey game for exactly that scenario. Your hand is full, you're looking at it, you're overdrawing. I imagine when you pulled the 2 units, you were hoping to overdraw the Crusader, because you're like, well, I don't need the card draw, but I would like the heal. It ends up being the honey, and you were just in a sticky situation. Managed to pull it off. That was a huge turning point. I do want to talk a little bit about the, Socialist was mentioning previously that he wanted to ban your fast decks because he has those kind of OTK or ramp lists that don't do well against the quick scenario. And we saw that here, right, where he just wasn't able to get that Japan OTK off and the ramp was a bit tough. You had actually banned the Japan deck earlier today when you were playing against him in that first matchup, right? I'm
Yes.
curious as to what your thought process was there in not wanting to deal with that.
So it's a bit twofold. One is I didn't really love the fact that it was these blitz fighters that can reach from the support line and from hand, either to just go face, because I don't have a lot of guards. 3 of my decks have no guards. The push OTK only has the 2 Bryansk's. But also just because it's able to remove the swag really, really easily. Like, he doesn't need to necessarily play it with bolsters and combos and burst of fires, etc. If he just like hits some ramp and then plays a turn 6, turn 5, Sheeden to kill, remove my swag from the support line, there's really not much I can do about that in most of those decks. So while I did think it was weaker than the Jet prototype against my faster decks, I was very worried about that. And also I didn't expect him to ban both my Germany and Japan, if I recall correctly. Mm-hmm. I expected at least one of my control decks to be banned. So that was part of the reason as well.
And taking it back to that grand finals, you had game 4, I believe it was, where, so Socialist was playing the token list, which has had its kind of ups and downs. You had your push OTK Brit list, and did you have any concerns after that token deck went through that you're like, ooh, that's one I would have liked to have maybe beaten and felt pretty good about beating, and now that I've lost that with a huge burst of damage, you could see your reaction in the camera, like, he's got more. That kind of upset your kind of game plan at all?
Oh, for sure. That one, I had to take a few seconds after that game just to like mentally recalibrate, because in my head, at that point, I was already up 3-1 in the series with, okay, I have 3 chances to win on US mid-range. This is perfectly fine. This is good. I'm feeling very great about my chances. And then suddenly it's just the 3 cards, really, that he needed there. And it wasn't just on that turn. There was also previous turns where it felt like, okay, I felt like I'm perfectly fine, and then he just has the right combination of cards. He plays them in the correct order. He really utilizes his resources to their maximum potential to just stay in that game. And I thought I was safe. And I thought I was setting up the lethal combo for the following turn, and just suddenly you take 31.
Yeah, just out of nowhere, no big deal. They're just tokens, right? They do 1 damage at a time. I want to ask as well about going through the lower bracket today, right? Like you literally played all 3 series. You played, 4 games the first 2, you ended up playing 6 in the last. Like that's a lot of cards. I know, but was joking about it before the series started. They're like, yeah, we've seen you sit down and ladder for 12 plus hours straight, but it's got to be different here, right? You're in a different location. You're intense, high value games here. How did you kind of make it through this day?
Well, it's definitely different than playing just your regular ladder games. I mean, I feel more tired now than I've felt after playing ladder for 10 plus hours. I'm starving right now, actually. Like, you burn through calories so quickly just staring at a computer monitor and thinking. But I do think all of those ladder games really gave me the experience and the stamina to withstand playing 14 competitive sets where you're on studio, there's the lights going, the player's sitting right across from you. I know a lot of other players really, they play 2 hours, 2.5 hours, and then after that, their quality of play starts to dip, so they'd like to take breaks. And I really think it is this desire to hit rank 1 on ladder that I've had since 2020 that has led me to force myself to keep playing, even when I don't feel like it, and I've learned to really balance my resources, I think. I was not the slowest player in this tournament, and that doesn't necessarily mean that I'm not thinking the most, but you really have to utilize your time correctly, thinking on your opponent's turn, thinking about different situations that could happen based on cards you could have drawn the following turn, just to really try to be as efficient as possible with the time you have and your own thought process to really not just burn yourself out too much.
And you talked a little bit there around like, hey, I've had this drive to be number 1, and you've proven not just on ladder, but at the World Championships that you could absolutely be number 1 time and time again. So like, what's left to do? What's next? Is it like I come back next year for number 4?
I mean, I will certainly be playing in the World Championship next year. I don't think I'm going to make it number 4, to be completely honest. I mean, I know I said that after last year that people were joking, are you going to win 3 in a row? And I said, absolutely not. And 365 days later, I'm here. But I'm certainly going to be playing. But I think at this point, it's time for me to take a bit of a step back from competitive cards. I'm doing grad school right now, and after that, I'm going to be looking for sort of my first professional career, really getting my life started. So I'm going to probably be taking a step back from cards, but I've said that before. So, you never know. But
I mean, when you take home, $6,000 for a World Championship, like it's a pretty decent part-time job. It's not too bad.
Yeah, that's paying that's paying rent and tuition.
I have a couple more questions for you. First off, I'm going to comment about the pineapple shirt again because it's at this point just like your lucky shirt.
Yes.
Does that ever get retired, or does that just come with you as long as you're going at it competitively?
I don't think this is ever getting retired at this point. I will. Even if I ever outgrow it or if it ever just starts to get worn out, I will keep this shirt. I will frame this shirt. This shirt will be with me until the day I die.
I can't wait to see it framed, maybe up next to like a Team Ammo shirt or something. Yes. It'll be spot on. Awesome. I mean, before we wrap this up, any thank yous, any shout outs, any hellos, anything you'd like to say to friends, family, and the cards community out there?
Absolutely. I would love, first of all, just to shout out to Berto Burrito above all. He was working with me countless hours in the test servers, but also just throughout this entire year, encouraging me to continue playing cards, encouraging me to try out different decks. And he never says no to an idea. I have some very wacky ideas, and he will tell me if he thinks I'm crazy, but he will never just say like, no. We will always test it if I come up with it, and that is really, really helped me out. I also want a big shout out to my girlfriend, J Queen. She's upstairs, and I can't wait to go up and talk to her, but she's been a massive support throughout all of this as well. I'm sure a lot of people whose partners play competitive video games. It's very easy to sort of see that as something silly, something you do on the side, and something that's not serious. But she has always taken it very seriously, even more seriously than myself at times, and has really encouraged me to continue playing. I think that what I've been able to do here this weekend and over the last 3 years really shows that if you put in the time, you can get the results. So I encourage anybody out there watching the stream right now or who watches this later, if you love cards, if you have a passion for cards, if you have a passion for just strategic gameplay, play on ladder, get tournaments, talk to people, get deck lists, form a community, and really just try to immerse yourself in this game, because that's what I did. And I mean, 3 years later, here I am.
Not doing too badly. I will say J Queen is just as fully, committed as you are. We got to watch her in the green room a little bit, and every time you won a game, she was cheering along with you. And every time you lost a game, she's like, "This is bad. I don't want this to happen." So, absolutely, congratulations once again. We have the World Championship War Bond to present to you. Not only the World Champion, but the $6,000 prize. So, congratulations, J King. Let's go ahead and bring up the bracket, and we will go ahead and close this show up. So there you see it once again. We've got J King winning the World Championship 4-2 over Socialist. We've got him taking the long way around, going through the bottom bracket, defeating Thanatron 3-1 after losing to Socialist. So we have J King finishing first, walking away with a $6,000 prize pool. We have Socialist, who walks away with $3,000. $1,800 goes to Thanatron, and $1,200 goes along to Leo. And they all get a nice little trip to Iceland, because we are live here in Reykjavik. As we wrap up this show, I am rejoined by Starry and Berto. Berto, I want to start with you. I know I've gone to this well 1,000 times over. I'm going to pull it back out because J King just gave you a huge shout out. You're on the casting desk this time, unlike last year where you were playing. What's it mean to you to see J King win after the hours you've spent with him, committed to really perfecting his competitive cards gameplay?
Well, I'm thinking maybe I should have negotiated a cut. But no, it's great to see, and I'm really happy to see that the SWGs that we worked so much on and really saw a lot of value in did work out in the end. And that's the main unit, that's the main card that I see our testing leading to being such a great performance here today.
It was such a huge component of every single deck that J King brought, and we saw it, every once in a while it would be in a sticky spot, but most of the time it just came out as aces and really did the job. So as we wrap this up, Starry, let's start with you. Anything you want to share, any takeaways, any thoughts around the last 2 days of the World Championship?
Well, I mean, I think it definitely goes to show that in order to find competitive success, that you need to have a strong lineup for every single deck. And the more decks that you're forced to play with, if you're playing a best of 7 and you have to bring 5 decks, all 5 of them have to be super strong. And it shows the dedication that these players have to have dedicated so many hours before Winter War even came out. They had no idea what the meta was going to be. They tested every deck, and they came here with extremely strong decks. We see what people are playing on ladder a couple days into the expansion, and a lot of these players, completely understood what's strong. It honestly boggles my mind that they were able to get such a good read on the meta from just practicing with one practice partner. Unbelievable.
Any final thoughts, Berto, you want to add?
No, just that a thank you to all the viewers for watching. It's been incredible to be here, to get to meet with 1939 staff, get to meet the other casters in person. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Berto. Thank you, Starry. Thank you to Bubbles and Spooz. Phenomenal cast by all of you. Phenomenal production. Scout 983 Media. Got Mark Theus in there pressing some buttons. We got Aileen running around. Yulia helping out with set design. All of the players, obviously phenomenal job. You're here in Iceland. You're competing at the highest level. You've all done exceptionally well. The practice partners, who are sometimes the unsung heroes, shout out to all of you as well. And most of all, thank you to each and every one of you for watching, for playing cards, and for making this whole thing possible. And finally, thank you to 1939 Games for the game itself, for getting us all out here, for getting us all together to celebrate cards and the 2023 World Champion, our 3-time champion, J King. It is day 2 of the 2023 KARDS World Championship. We are live here from Reykjavik, Iceland. 4 players entered the bunker yesterday. We are down to 3, and before the end of the day today, we are going to have your World Champion crowned.
3, 2, 1.